Archipelagic and Island States Forum is a platform designed to facilitate 47 archipelagic and island nations to collaborate and cooperate in addressing common challenges in 4 thematic areas: climate change mitigation and adaptation, blue economy, marine plastic debris, and good maritime governance. In 2017, the idea to establish the multinational cooperation framework among the archipelagic and island states was first iterated during the UN Ocean Conference in New York. In November 2018, Indonesia hosted the first ministerial meeting with 27 archipelagic and island states. The Archipelagic and Island States Forum was established by Manado Joint Declaration. In the following year, the second ministerial meeting adopted the final outcome with 25 AIS participating countries. To achieve our vision, we focus on 4 objectives which we translate into our programs. Create an open, innovative, and engaging forum. Provide a space to share and implement innovative and tangible programs. Promote collaborative efforts among stakeholders. And create opportunity through the blue economy. Ideation, implementation, and evaluation are the core elements to our solution framework in addressing the problems. In 2020, AIS Forum launched programs to drive innovation, which are AIS Joint Research, a collaborative applied research program affiliated with academic institutions in AIS countries with various topics related to the 4 areas of collaboration. The Innovator Scholarship Program, a fully funded exchange program for talented individuals from AIS participating countries who can demonstrate exceptional leadership quality and creative mind, and AIS Innovation Challenge, to find innovative ideas and breakthroughs that can help societies and businesses to be more resilient and adaptive during crisis situations. AIS Forum also launched AIS Blue Startup Hub, a platform to connect marine-focused startup in 47 archipelagic and island states across the globe. AIS Blue Startup Hub Mentoring Program was launched with 18 participating startups from 6 countries. As an effort to realize the smart, innovative solutions, AIS Forum also engaged with public audiences through online events in a form of trainings, workshops, talk shows, and discussions with various topics and stakeholders across AIS participating countries. In light of COVID-19 pandemic, it is important for archipelagic and island states to have a resilient economy. Therefore, AIS Forum Secretariat introduces programs which focuses on blue economy. As a form of its commitment, AIS Forum developed Blue Economy Development Index, or BEDI. This index will be used as a tracking tool to determine the current use of coastal and marine resources, and it can be used as a tool to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Blue Financing Framework, or BFF, which provides a guidance for governments, financial institutions, philanthropists, and donors to align their investments with the blue economy principles and allow them to select a project to be financed in the blue economy sectors. Smart and innovative solution programs, such as sharing knowledge sessions with experts and representatives from AIS participating countries. Plankton, which was a competition to raise awareness in reducing marine plastic debris. Impact pitching, which connects startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, potential investors, and growth enablers to gain partnership. And Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation Challenge, which was a collaboration with Marine Plastic Debris Project from UNDP Indonesia to address marine plastic pollution in Southeast Asia. Many solutions to challenges that affect AIS participating countries in 4 main thematic areas and SDG 14 goals are produced through collaboration programs. These programs will explore opportunities through innovation and experiment that benefits on a local, regional, and international scale through sharing knowledge and experiences between AIS participating countries.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Welcome to Archipelagic and Island States Forum Secretariat Ministerial Training on Implementation of Sustainable Development Goals SDGs in Tourism Industry. This program is held by Archipelagic and Island States in collaboration with Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Before we proceed, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Valerina Daniel, and it is my pleasure to be your moderator and the host for this event. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. Today we have about more than 100 participants across the world that making this event a truly international one. We are pleased to have participants from Indonesia, the Philippines, Mexico, Maldives, Malaysia, Malta, Sri Lanka, Sao Tome and Principe. Distinguished guests, as we are about to begin, please stand by on your screen. I have a few notes to make before we begin today's program. Make sure that on the day of the event, you have your device ready and that you have a stable internet connection for the best possible experience. For an optimal experience, you are advised to use a device with larger screen like a computer, laptop, or television instead of a tablet or smartphone and a sound amplifier. Deactivate your device's automatic screen lock and make sure you have a charger at hand. During the session, you need to activate the mute mode and unmute mode if they get permission. Click raise hand function in Zoom to let the host know that you have any questions during the session. To begin this program, I would like to introduce you to our training agenda. Third session, panel discussion, creating the sustainable marine and coastal tourism industry. Fourth session, study case and group discussion. Breakout session, implementation of sustainable development goals, SDGs in tourism industry based on your own experiences. Please fill the attendance form by clicking the link that provided in the chat box. Let's begin the first session. We are pleased to have Professor Dr. M. Baikuni, MA from Universitas Gadjah Mada to deliver a presentation about the concept and framework of SDGs, case marine and coastal tourism industry. Before Professor Baikuni deliver his presentation, I would like to show you his profile. Professor Baikuni is a faculty professor in Geography Faculty of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. His education started in Hydrology Geography at University of Gadjah Mada, MA in Development Studies, Institute for Social Studies, The Hague, Doctor in Geography with Universitas Gadjah Mada and Utrecht University, Head of Master and Doctoral Program in Tourism, Graduate School in 2010-2018, Director for Center for Tourism Studies at UGM in 2009 until 2011, Head Department of Development Geography at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia Geographer Society, Chairperson of Indonesia Leaders on Geography, Fellow Lead Leadership for Environment and Development London, Lifetime Member Society for International Development Rome. So if anyone has any questions, please click raise hand on your chat box and write down your name, region, and company, and also your question. So, of course, we are very eager to learn from Professor Baikuni today. So, Professor, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Valerina Daniel. His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, participant of the training capacity building for tourism industry related to sustainable development goals. Let's explain my presentation. Maybe someone can help me to share the presentation. My topic is implementation of sustainable development goal in tourism destination of archipelago and island country. Of course, we can learn from Indonesian experience, and in the afternoon we can share with the other country, and then at the late afternoon, we can conclude and remark some very important to be collaboration for the future. Next, our outline is related to the introduction. We can learn from the past of history, tourism trend and challenge, sustainable development goal in tourism development, and some experience related to the policy and case studies in implementing SDGs. And the last one is some conclusion. Next, we try to also learn from the past. I'm now in the Yogyakarta city, close to the 3 World Heritage. One is Prambanan, it's just 1 mile away from my home. And the second is Borobudur Temple. And the last one is the Sangiran. Here in my destination, in my city, we also have some 2 national park, Merapi and Merbabu Mountain, and 1 geopark of Gunung Sewu. Next, we can share our experience from the past, that the Borobudur is the Buddhism Mahayana Sailendra dynasty was built in 9th century. And there are so a lot of panels of the Borobudur. One of them is the ship, wooden ship from the past, more than 1,000 years ago. And it was sailing to around the sea, around archipelago country, and also up to the Africa, and selling the spicy and the other trading material. And we can learn from the past that our archipelagic and have connected each other with the wooden vessel or ships and wind energy sailing to the other islands. And we trade each other and we can learn from the past. Next slide. This is the situation now that the Buddhism temple in the past now become a tourism destination. In 1911, restoration have been done, and 1991 become UNESCO World Cultural Heritage. There are some nature and culture learning activities, especially for children who want to see the history and ecology and other cultural event. Next slide. Surrounded this heritage, there are still rural area, and eco-village tourism attraction have been popular for international tourists as well as domestic tourists. They use bicycle to getting around and see the atmosphere of the village area, and they can enjoy the cultural and natural heritage landscape in this such kind of Borobudur temple. Next, we have Prambanan temple. This is Hindu temple. It's from 19th century, more than 1,000 years ago, located in Yogyakarta city, and it is also become World Heritage as well. So such kind of building inspire the high-rise building. For example, Twin Tower next can be look like Prambanan temple towers. So like scaling up to the top, then we can see the Twin Towers or the building in many cities of the world. They can learn how the construction engineering in this kind of heritage in the past. Next. Throughout this heritage, we know that there are many artists, World Heritage, art worker, try to do something to resilience to respond to COVID-19. Next, and there are some industry, handmade creative industry, like wooden watch and other souvenir can be found in some area of the Sun heritage. So there is link between the past and now. Today's economy with the tourism and creative industry stimulate the solving the problem related to the Sustainable Development Goals. Next. Now we try to understand the tourism paradigm. This slide showing the three drivers. One is mass tourism, with the people need to enjoy the nature or in the beach, and it can be hold 1,000 people. 1,000 tourists can sport and doing some exercise over there. But since we want to go move up for cultural tourism, we try to understand the creating distinction. So we want to learn much more on the history. This is fewer than mass tourism. And if we want to go for creative tourism, it can be take longer to stay in the destination, but smaller number of people. So with the activity to develop self-development or creativity and production. So it is some kind of option that every island or every destination has their own characters, and each characters can be developed in carrying capacity in the number of tourists who can spend a activity over there. Next, tourism system. We have to learn the system that we should develop destination to do the planning, development, and controlling and monitoring the destination. But also we have to develop the demand, the market where the tourists come from, and each island, each destination has their own demand from other country or different market. So we have to study about the relationship between the destination characters and the market demand of the tourists. Between them, we should make promotion and marketing strategy from destination to the market. And then after the market select our own destination, then the tourists travel to the destination. So this is some kind of circle that we need to understand and to create the link between destination and the tourism market. And we can learn from this graphic so that UNWTO, Tourism Organization of the World, try to have some kind of projection until 2030, where the SDGs end at that time. So this graphic is showing that our region have created some growth subsequently. And this is the inbound tourists related to the region. based on the region from 2010 and the prediction 2030. We see this, the Asia and the Pacific is getting better. The number improved from 22% of the share to the 30% of the share. And the Europe and United States rather declined. It is because many aspects of the demographic getting older, or other aspect that Asia is growing better. Young people who want to explore the other country is increasing. So we are mostly in Asia and Pacific, as we are in, our friend from Mexico can explain as well for the next coming session about the situation in the Mexico related to the increasing number of the tourists visiting the Mexico. From that point, we next will see that the tourism can be part of the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal, especially goal number 8, number 12, and number 14. Goal number 8 is related to the job, decent work, and also economic growth. It is very important in tourism. It is because the tourism employ many workers, and from the airport to the accommodation, restaurant, and souvenir shop, and other related decent work that can create many jobs. Goal number 12 is responsible consumption and production. So the tourism should try to improve the production and consumption life cycle. Why? It is because the tourists become conscious about the green tourism. Ecotourism is be part of the making responsible consumption and production, and we should try to save the energy as well as the water and also the resources related to tourism activities. And Sustainable Development Goals number 14 is the life below the water. It is related to the marine resources, including the sustainable management of the tourism in marine activities and beach, as well as the coastal zone area. So from the 3 points, it is related to each other, even though tourists can also be, tourism can be part of the solution for other goals, but focus on 3 goals, it's quite big issues. Even AIS forum focus on goal number 14. So related to this sustainable development goal from AIS forum, which focusing on number 14, and tourism also related to the 8 and 12. So next, let's go to other slide. United Nations World Tourism Organization try to promote responsible, sustainable, and universally accessible tourism geared toward achievement of the Universal 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal. So in many countries now, sustainable tourism is be part of label as well as the essence toward tourism development. Dr. Franz Teguh will explain to us how policy and implementation of sustainable tourism be developed in Indonesian context. And we also learn from other country and international community as well how to create indicator to develop sustainable tourism. There are at least four main pillars. One is the governance, second is the socio-cultural development, the third is economic development, economic growth, and the third is environmental conservation. It is very important for us to create indicator more in detail in each country of archipelagic and island state, as well as in the local government. We also develop and motivate to them to implement such kind of sustainable tourism indicator related to the SDGs as well. So next, after that, there are some reports related to UNWTO, the global report on city tourism, some getting over tourism, and other we should try to manage the tourism flow and visitor management in the certain heritage or natural reserve. So there is important to governance and to implement the policy and planning, as well as to develop some innovative production and also the protection of the environment. Next. Now we try to learn from Indonesia as the archipelago country. We have a big area from east to west. Is like from London to Tehran. You can imagine how big and how wide our Indonesian country, archipelago country. And we have some 3 international lines, 1, 2, and 3. We are between Asia continent and Australia, as well as from Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. Then, what is the interesting point in the Indonesia archipelagic country? It's not only the natural land base, but also maritime base. Next, we'll be showing the coral triangle. You can see the map in the top. There is a cooperation between countries who have coral as natural resources, underwater life, which can be part of marine tourism. And there are some activities related to the fishing, snorkeling, or diving in many parts of island. We are in the tropical area, which very useful and fruitful for coral reef to develop. But we also have some problem related to the plastic waste, like the one of the focus of the AIS program, AIS Forum, and also the malpractice of fishing, like using cyanida or bomb to get the fish. So it is, we should convert them to go not only fishing with the destructive way, but we should convert to the sustainable tourism. They can work in the tourism industry, then it is solving the problem of poverty of the fishermen. It is because they get the income from tourism. Next slide, showing the distribution of the coral in the tropical area, and we are in hotspot of the coral reef. it is why that Coral Triangle Initiative have been declared in World Ocean Conference in 2009. And now in Manado headquarters is very beautiful building, but we need some kind of more cooperation in action. So it's why today we share some knowledge and experience to get some information related to sustainable tourism and sustainable development goals. Next. 10 years ago, we developed some destination management organization. The Ministry of Tourism developed 15 destination management organization. And now it's also not only the organization management, but we develop also Sustainable Tourism Council and Sustainable Tourism Award to motivate the destination to orchestrating the industry, the community, the local government in partnership for sustainable development. And we have some exercise and experience in the field. Next slide. We want to try to develop some roadmap from the concept to collaboration for action. One is the climate change, and now we facing the COVID challenge in archipelagic and island countries. Commitment to leader to change for the better world. In our experience, the leader is very important in coordinating and also implementing the agenda. So the SDGs is depend on how the leader can promote and stimulate the people to work together in implementing the program. Then the capacity building and training is not only today, but we almost 10 years ago, we have some training for 9 Indo-Pacific archipelagic and island countries. And the book have been published and we can share of it. Conference for sharing knowledge and knitting experience is very important as well. Coordination for mutual understanding, collaboration for strategic action, community participation and empowerment, also connection, smart digital business, small, medium enterprise is very important. So there are some issues related to the collaboration for action in SDGs implementation. Next, the example of the case study 1, how the policy and planning can be developed in the province of the archipelagic province. Next, we know that it is not easy to handle many islands, but there are some way to develop the clustering and thematic islands related to the tourism activity. And the next, also we have to develop the link, whether via airline or ship and other transportation to meeting or to connecting the islands. It does need some kind of smart policy and planning, how to develop the autonomous region and people participation, and also attract the investment as well as the tourism industry to develop in such kind of arena. Next, there are some very nice traditional ship become attraction, and wooden ship become tourism transportation. It was only transporting mode of rice or natural resources and other material from island to island. But now it has become tourism transportation and very attractive and unique for tourists to enjoy this such kind of trip. Next, there is some experience of the island with the tropical forest and the coastal city and the arena for sport, yacht sport. It is in frontier area of Indonesia in the outer line close to between Vietnam and Malaysia and Singapore. It is in the south of China. Next, we have developed some sail from 2009 from sail Bunaken, sail Panda, sail Komodo. There are some every year we have international sailing event, and it is organized by many actors and sectors in enriching the experience in archipelago island. Next, we have some culinary and food related to how to enjoy the taste of the archipelagic resources. Some area is sweetened and other is salty and hot chili, etc. can bring together the experience of the food. Next, some remarks on sustainable development goal and tourism development. First, it is important to shifting our paradigm from continental to archipelagic paradigm. So there is a need of archipelagic countries cooperation or ACC. Basic education related to the maritime and geography and other important development is very important. Then education, tourism, ecotourism can create mutual understanding of natural and cultural diversity. Tourism also related to the trade and investment. So it is interrelated between archipelagic state and island to develop maritime economy. Sustainable tourism policy should implement in detail at the community and local government. Archipelago maritime tourism cooperation model should be promoted to develop, for example, in this case is Maluku province of Indonesia and other destinations. The last one is sustainable development goal can be achieved through participation of the people and cooperation among the sector and actors. And we next, the case number 2 is how the importance of student from university to explore, to do expedition in other islands. So we develop this program. Next, because of running of time, I try to make shortener. Next, the case study, we develop a student, each group, 25 students with the multidisciplinary go to the islands and develop some kind of program related to the local resources as well as the community participation to solve the problem related to the SDGs and sustainable tourism. Next, this is the example of how the people in gotong royong or mutual help to develop learning facilities in the island. Next, and how we can next. Yes, this next slide, please. Yeah, this is the the people working together to build the local facility for learning. Next, we also develop, the student also develop fishing processing, food production, and also doing marketing using digital network. It is why, because there are a lot of fish and local material which can be processed and create the packaging, good packaging, and share to the market in the city. Next, during the pandemic, we do some online community services. Next, we operate planning and implementation, and we produce some guideline to implement the SDGs goals, and we try to develop as well not only related to the number 8, 12, and 14, but also trying to develop other issues of SDGs. For example, next slide is tackle the no poverty and no hunger. Next, we about the basic education of SDGs. Go next to the next slide, and the next slide we go to the last one. Case number 3. We know that in the future we need investment or seeding the education for the children. And this is the example how the children have to know the history. This is in Prambanan Temple in Java. They learn how the art and culture should be learned, and the situation where heritage is over there. Next, we can promote the children in learning process using the map, using discussion, using the artwork, and they can be more motivated in using this kind of study. Next. This is the objective of the activity, to learn together with the people, especially the children in the hamlet of in the community. Next. We develop the pillar participatory innovative learning and action research as a method for developing the understanding the system as well as the community activity. Next. And if we use, next slide, basic mapping, and the children is very excited to understand the situation of the settlement. Next, they can discuss in more dialectic with the environment, and also they did some survey, household survey around the settlement, and they get next the result combining between spatial mapping and statistical data, and they can learn from the discussion among them about their own resources, the livelihood, and also activities of the children as well as their family. Next, as the result, the student will follow the subject of community development in this faculty. Interesting to learn, not only in the classroom, but also working with children in the community. Students learn together with the children community using participatory learning and action, which produce household data and also produce map. And the last one, the children are very enthusiastic in learning the village environment, and they have a product of the participatory mapping. It is very basic, important for problem solving for the future goals of sustainable development. The last one is the conclusion. We should change paradigm from continental to archipelagic sustainable development. Thank you very much. It is introduction for discussion. Okay, Valerina, please, back to you.
Thank you, Professor Baikuni, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, a very insightful presentation from Professor Baikuni about the concept and framework of SDGs in the case of marine and coastal tourism industry. There are some points that I would like to highlight. The first point is based on Professor Baikuni's presentation. The concept of tourism industry is usually developed based on the heritage at the local area. So from his point of view, we need to first find the heritage or the local source as the start in concepting tourism activity in our area. And then the second point is, he said that now there is a new tourism paradigm. He said that the type of tourism has developed from mass tourism to cultural tourism, and at the moment we are building the creative tourism industry. And then Professor Baikuni also mentioned that tourism industry could be related to SDGs agenda, which is the SDGs agenda number 8, creating jobs, number 12, responsible production and consumption, and number 14, which is the marine and coastal zone conservation in tourism industry. And then Professor Baikuni suggested that the Coral Triangle Cooperation could be the base for archipelagic and island states cooperation in tourism to achieve SDGs in the future. Lastly, Professor Baikuni said that it is important to involve the local people to fast forward the understanding and the implementation of tourism in achieving SDGs in the future. So those are the highlights from Professor Baikuni's presentation. To inform you more about this concept, I was working with Professor Baikuni when I was the advisor to the Minister of Tourism for Sustainable Tourism Development in Indonesia. So to add to Professor Baikuni's presentation, not only we try to share the concept of sustainable tourism to the people or to the tourism destination management in Indonesia through activities that already stated by Professor Baikuni, we also have a program like ISTA, or Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Awards, that we have been developed this program since 2017, and then until 2019 we have this awards ceremony, which is basically just like Professor Baikuni said, is trying to inform more people about sustainable tourism concept in Indonesia, and also to achieve or to inspire more destinations to implement this concept, because Indonesia is one of the countries that already signed the SDGs agenda, when we are already committed to achieve this agenda by 2030. So tourism will be part of that activities in order to achieve the SDGs in 2030 in Indonesia. So I guess now is the time for a Q&A session. So we have already collected the questions from the Q&A box. And then here are the questions, Professor Baikuni. I hope you're ready. The first question is, Professor Baikuni, I agree tourism can enhance the achievement of overall indicators of SDGs, and this industry, as well as other environmental-based activities, may promote it through, for instance, sustainable tourism concept and activities. The question is, from Indonesian case, how can we start building the sustainability of marine and coastal tourism? Who are the most responsible actor in promoting and leading this action? And then how to build better in coastal and marine tourism from COVID-19 issue? Please answer that question, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. It's quite a tough question, and it is a good question. And how can we start tourism in Indonesian context. I think we can work together from the policy, from the planning, as well as the implementing at the local level. So we should have a pentahelic from the academia, bureaucratic, business, and also governance, also media and community. We should work together, and we try to encourage training and education related to the sustainable tourism and sustainable development goals in many forums. And also we should work together at the business level as well. So why the business is very important? Because we try to get the capital, the investment, as well as the creating the problem solving at the real work. So whether the policy, planning, community participation, media, and also the research and development, we need cooperation indeed in business and industry to solve the real problem. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so how about the next question? I've already forwarded more question here. It is from Praditya Pertiwi. I'm interested in the phrase universally accessible tourism with regards to achievement of SDGs in the case of Indonesia. How has accessible tourism been receiving attention? And could you share a case study of a tourism program where you ensure the physical accessibilities for different potential tourists, including people with disabilities, older people, or people with other functioning limitation?
Okay, thank you. In Gadjah Mada University, we have some experience. It's not only just because we start SDGs 2015 or 2016, but we have experience since university start in 1949. In the year 1949, we have developed some issue, tackle the issue of poverty and also the food, hunger, etc. But now, related to the focus on the tourism aspect, we develop a monthly discussion related to the sustainable development goals. And in our curriculum, we also have some kind of education and research related to the sustainable tourism. And most of the students today are very interested to develop the kuliah kerja nyata or some kind of community service in the field, in the remote island, to develop the marine tourism, to develop the sustainable tourism. So we can have many cases in Gadjah Mada University related to the development of the archipelagic destination, tourism destination. Every year we deploy more than 5,000 students to the field. Of course, it's not only in the tourism thema, but also the related like health and also agriculture, fisheries, and food production and food processing and other activities using the technology and the knowledge that the student have to implement in the field. Each group consists of 25 students from various disciplines, and they work 2 months in the field, and they write down the result and expose to the public via YouTube or via video, and write down the report how they work and what is the result and what is the constraint and the challenge for the future development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Professor Baikuni for trying to answer that question. Unfortunately, we have running out of time for this first session. So thank you very much, Professor Baikuni, for sharing us your presentation today. So I hope everyone get more background about the concepting and framework of SDGs in the case of marine and coastal tourism industry. So thank you once again, Professor Baikuni. So ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have with Professor Baikuni. But don't go away because we are now joined by our next prominent speaker. So we are going to talk about adapting the sustainable tourism indicators in formulating marine and coastal tourism policy. So for this session, I would like to invite Dr. Frans Teguh, MA, Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council and expert staff of Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, who will be delivering his presentation about the second session topic. But before I let Dr. Frans Teguh deliver his presentation, I'd like to show you his profile. So Dr. Frans Teguh worked as an expert staff for sustainable development and conservation at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Tourism and Creative Economy Agency, founder, chairman of the Center for Integrated Sustainable Management Studies on Tourism, Environment, and Social Development from 2011 until present, chairman of the Volunteer Tourism or Voluntourism Network from 2011 until present. So if anyone has any questions or any comments, please raise your hand and then write down on the chat box your name, region, and company, and also your question or comment. So right now I'd like to invite Dr. Frans Teguh.
Ya, halo Ibu Valerina.
Ya, apa kabar Pak Frans? How are you?
Apa kabar? Ya, baik. Very well. Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you for joining us today, Pak Frans. So please deliver your speech or your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Valerina, as a chair, a moderator for today. Yeah, so nice to see you again, and also all delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very delightful to be here in the Archipelagic and Island Forum, and I think it's really great time for me to share some insight and also experience in related to what we have already done, and I think this is really can give some insight or also some ideas that may be very useful for all to implement the sustainable tourism development program. So my presentation will be touched with 4 items. This next. Yeah, concept and approach. And maybe I would like to emphasize more to policy programs and highlight actions in terms of implementing sustainable tourism development in the context of Indonesia, and also related to the marine tourism development and also destination. But then I also learned from the case, from the context, so perhaps I would like also to highlight some challenge and opportunity that we can also give some ideas. Well, in the context of sustainable tourism, so please next slide. So I don't want to go through with a theoretical background, but then again, as a directive from the global perspective, we adopt the concept from UNWTO and also some differences related to the sustainable development programs. And I think, I believe that all of you are familiar with this concept, also related to the SDGs. And I think it's very useful for us to then, again, how can we correlate sustainable development goals agenda into tourism sectors. And I believe that in our context in Indonesia, well, as mentioned or as as underlined by the UNWTO, that we are focused on the SDGs number 8, 12, and 14. But in our experience, all the 17 goals of the SDGs is really correlate to tourism sector. So I think that is the practical experience that we can come up with again. We are dealing with tourism development in Indonesia. Next, please. Next slide. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Just go through. Next. Yes. Well. Okay. So maybe you can come down to part 2, please. Policy and program. Yes. Next slide. Hello. My voice is not clear. Hello.
We can hear your voice back.
Okay, so thank you, Bu Valerina. We start from, yes. Slide 11, please. Slide 11. Yes, I would like to show you that our commitment, our political commitment, and also our policy directive to boost, to develop sustainable tourism as a pillar, important pillar in our tourism development, and considering our attractiveness, our local needs, and we are more competitive, more inclusive, more sustainable. So then our goals is, then again, Indonesia can be one of the sustainable hub in the Asia Pacific region. It's not easy to achieve this goal again by practicing, by doing the actions and our national contribution to the Asia Pacific and the global landscape. Well, next is one thing I would like to show later is our policies support development. So we are come from the tourism law number 10 and establish our tourism country, and then we formulate the national development plan for 2025, and now we are in the process to review or updating, and then we develop the green homestead development of park and gardens, and some keys and the guidelines for this development, and also for the certification, and also the importance for the national code of ethics as part of our national platform. Again, this is also our effort. This is a sustainable source of welfare, and again, we are dealing with this kind of approach. The sustainable key success factors for Indonesia can be, go through next slide, please. Hello, yes. Yes, as Indonesian policies on the sustainable tourism, so we come down with the sustainable tourism program. We have a sustainable tourism to establish monitoring center for sustainable tourism, and have 5 international recognized by UNWTO to establish monitoring center sustainable tourism observatories in the countries. For example, from Gadjah Mada University, Bandung Technology of Institute in Bandung, West Java, and one also in Bali with the Udayana University, and also in Toba in North Sumatra with the North Sumatra University, and also with Mataram University in Lombok. But then again, the national level, we have also some initiative and prototyping model for the monitoring center, collaboration with the local university at the region. Yeah, next please. And then we come to the sustainable tourism certification, sustainable tourism industries, and sustainable tourism marketing and management. So here, this is our conceptual model. So I think this is also our guidelines to implement how then we can combine and convergence satisfaction, not in the sense of tourist satisfaction, but then again, to include community satisfaction as well as environmental satisfaction. That is a kind of the holistic satisfaction approach. So I think this is really a great challenge, not easy to implement, but again, this is a kind of approach and a kind of the model that we would like to build the quality of tourism in this country to be more sustainable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we, next slide, please. I would like to show some indicators and also details and principles that we come down with this national policy, but we adopt from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. So this is our platform to measure the level, the performance of each destination, including every destination. So how can they apply the sustainable management? One pillar. The second pillar is about the economic sustainability. And second, the third is about the cultural sustainability, as well as the environmental sustainability. That is the 4 pillars to be included as a toolbox, as a tools to measure the level, the performance of the sustainability indicators. So I think this is also our journey, our process, because I believe that the sustainability is about process, sustainability about journey. So I think we learn a lot from our local initiative. Then again, across the country, there's a lot of local practices, local values that can be a part of the main contribution to conservation, to sustainable practices. Next, please. Yes, this is overall program that we recap for the sustainable tourism development in Indonesia, as I mentioned before. Next, please. Yes, this is again, I would like to highlight that is the GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, that we adopted from this standard and come down with our national platform. So in 2016, we formulated the version 1, but recently the GSTC already endorsed the version 2. So then now we are working with the adaptation and renewable our standard to be included with the new version. We call the version 2 Sustainable Tourism Standard. Next, please. So this again is very important to to highlight that our standards are already recognized by the GSTC. So then again, all our efforts in the national level is really simultaneously can promote our level of sustainability to be more international in terms of international performance, because we are using international as standard as well as national standard in one's model, in one's toolbox. Next, please. So as a, yeah, this is social and economic sustainability. So the difference between the Vision 1 and Vision 2, I think all of you are maybe more informative about this, but I think I would like to say that, okay, for the Vision 2, they more focus on the social economic as a pillar B, and the pillar C, next please. Pillar C is more cultural sustainability. Yeah, so that is a kind of a mechanism in the measurements of the sustainability. Next please. Yes, Les, this is about the environmental sustainability. It's all about waste, resources, water, natural heritage, come down with the pollution as well. It's all the component that we use to measure the quality, the standard of the international, the standard of the sustainable destination. Next, please. Yes, again, as mentioned before, maybe Ibu Valerina also took a note of this, because she is also one of the my colleagues in doing this. We have established the Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council. So that is a government model to have a collaboration with the industries, with the academicians, with the players to be part of the Indonesian Sustainable Tourism Development Program. Next, please. So this is a kind of ecosystem, and we have also one concern in doing sustainable certification, as mentioned before. This is one of the programs that we endorse so far. And right now we are working with the village tourism certification. And in the last 2 years, we have done with the destination certification. And then again, for next pipeline, on the out pipeline, we will multiply and also more destination to be included in our certification program. So this is also a part of the contribution from the Sustainable Tourism Council to take part in the certification as a certification body as well. Next, please. Yes. Next one. Next slide. Yeah. I also would like to highlight action and program on the ground. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, we have a sustainable tourism destination, and since 2016, we did a destination snapshot assessment. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, destination snapshot assessment using indicator and criteria endorsed by Sustainable Tourism Council or Global Sustainable Tourism Council. So this is our prototyping model. But then we enlarged, we took more destinations to be included as our assessment model. So in 2016, we also endorsed the Sustainable Tourism Awards. Next, please. Yeah, it is a kind of our efforts to engage more stakeholders to be part of sustainable tourism practices in the country. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the figure, the picture that really important to highlight that we did the Sustainable Tourism Awards, and then we come to the 2018 because it is done every year actually for the awards, but then again we scale up to ASEAN Sustainable Tourism Awards. So it's linked, it is a scope of the ASEAN, and also still we are working with the Sustainable Tourism Awards in the country in 2018. Next, please. And also in 2019, still we have Sustainable Tourism Award. That is our destination, and as I mentioned, the program. So next, please. Another 2 slides. Next, please. Yes. Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is the certification given to one of the destination in Bali to be certified 40 years. So now in the need of review and surveillance to monitor the quality, the endurance of the destination. So I think this is also important. In the midterm of the duration, we use the monitoring and surveillance systems. Yeah, next please. Yeah, now we come to the Sustainable Tourism Observatories that I mentioned before, that we are working with the universities across country, across Indonesia, and we started with the five prominent universities to deal with the measurements, monitoring, and also observatories for the practices of the sustainable programs in the destination. So now we are working with this. Then next, we are working with the Sustainable Tourism Certification. Yes, this is a kind of initiative done with some universities in the region. So I think this is very important to engage more and more stakeholders to be part of the Sustainable Tourism Program. So this is an example that we are using universities or academies, and because they have more and more capabilities in the research and doing capacity building as well. Next. Yes, next. Well, hello. Can you come down to 43 slides? Slides 43. Hello. Yes, next. Yeah. This is just the figure that showing how the Ministry of Tourism, in collaboration with the Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council and auditors, because now we have some international auditors on sustainable tourism, on tourism programs, because on the capacity building with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, we really highlights the importance of the assessor or national assessor or auditor, national auditor, to be recognized as the international reputation. So then again, we are collaborating with the international certified auditors, and we are doing sustainable tourism village certification. It's a part of sustainable tourism program as well. Yeah, this is recently happened in December 2020, and now we are in the stage of panel review of the auditors to decide which nomination listed nominated as a certified in sustainable tourism village. Yeah, next please. Yeah, yeah, this is a kind of the monitoring and measurements, as I mentioned before, that we are dealing with the Sustainable Tourism Act and environmental action, green program, program. But then again, the improvement of our pillar of environmental sustainability is really important to be more sustainable, but also competitive. Next, please. Yes. Okay. So the part 3, we are looking at the how then we connect to the measurements in marine tourism destination as a part of our policies. So as you know, this is our country. We have our strategic issues by marine tourism because yeah, we are archipelago countries and everybody's know about this. So that then again, how can we transform our capital, our natural capital, to be more competitive in terms of our challenge and also our opportunities to develop marine tourism. Yeah, next please. So that's why we have a strategic formulation for the marine tourism. Slide 49 is. Yeah. Slide 49, please. Yeah, we are doing the coastal zone and underwater diving as well. Yeah, this is our strategy in the marine tourism program. And I think we are looking at marketing, boosting the industry development and also institutional development program. Yeah, next please. But really, it is important to include the market perspective. The market perspective in terms of yachting, cruise shipping, as well as underwater diving and also the coastal zone area. So this is the kind of the model. Also one of our program in tourism in the island as well. Yeah, next please. And some measurements and indicators relevant to the tourism indicators. So this is also a part of our program to launch a more sustainable marine destination in the country. And we now come to the challenge and opportunity, part 4. Next slides, please. Next part of slides. Yes. Yeah. As I mentioned before, that now our government pursue more in the quality tourism and sustainable program. So then again, we are highlighting the quality of visitors, more yield and impactful to the local in terms of the economy, social, and in ecology. So this is a kind of approach that can be one of our prominent efforts for the future. And as a part of our program, we really see it's not easy to develop the quality tourism, but then again, by using the sustainable development indicators, so then we believe that we can come up with more quality and more competitive product and competitive quality tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of our discussion today, so I also would like to share this slide, 56 slides, please. Slide 56. Next slide, please. Yes, this is our challenge that maybe is very important to include is our discussion. Yes, in the one side we have science and technology development in terms of the digital more science-based approach and technology-based. And in another part, we have resources. We have a social, economic, community, psychology, environment. But then again, our issue is now is how then we can come down with the governance innovation. So then the analysis should come out with the eco-innovation and specific niche tourism, including marine tourism. Then again, one thing that very important, how then we still keep in mind that tourism is about experience. Tourism is about the psychological experience, social experience, human experience, including a blended reality. So the implication is how it's really important to make an orchestration, make a moderation and coordination together with all the sectors. But the important focus is how then we can develop and combine this approach to be more equilibrium, more holistic experience with the balancing of life and the quality of life and also the happiness. So I think this is very important how then tourism and hospitality take part to contribute to the community, contribute to the global as a way to create, to promote the more quality in our life. So that is the essential of the sustainable development program. So as a part of this, I would like to share you our strategy to be part of the solution. Next, please. Yes, now we are focusing on the sustainable tourism, and we come to the quality tourism approach, access and connectivity, and important notion for the time being right now is about the cleanliness, health, hygiene, safety, and environmental issues as a part of the protocol, health protocol. We are mitigating the pandemic as well. And then again, the destination reputation as well. How then we come up with the local experience, local resources, local notion, local content, and also combined with the digital ecosystem. But then don't forget to include the quality of human capital as a part of our championship, as a part of our entrepreneurship spirit of the destination, spirit of the hospitality, and then product development as well, industry governance, communication, promotion, marketing, sending a good message, great message, and amplifying positive message, positive endorsement. So then we can come with the quality of the tourism. And then again, don't forget also to include the creative innovation content as a part of our product development. So ladies and gentlemen, this is all that I would like to share. And last but not least, the slide. This is our challenge and action forwards. Yeah. Last slide, please. Yeah, this is more. Yes, I would like to reiterate some challenge supporting Indonesia as a sustainable tourism hub for Asia and Pacific region. Then again, can also make Indonesia more contribution to Asia and Pacific region, and also to the global. We learn and sharing sustainable tourism practices on the ground because we have done model and best practice and learn for our local level management as well. Promoting sustainable tourism destination excellence and reputation. Undertaking capacity building is a part of our sustainable program as well. So how then we engage more community to be part of our development. Promoting sustainable tourism club and networking, and also reinforcing eco development, green infrastructure. So everybody is now we are looking at the massive development in the 5 priority destinations in the country and also 10 destinations in the country with the infrastructure. But then again, we should have also to include the green infrastructure, green investment, and also green product, green tourism. So it is also one of our challenges to be part of a sustainable program. And again, the awareness and commitment in the local level, in the regional level, and also our people. Leadership and championship, yes, strengthening cooperation, partnership, and collaboration. So I'm really happy that today we are working with our colleagues in the Asia Pacific. So I think this is also a momentum for us to reset, to redesign, rethink, and also we can share each other our plus point from Indonesian side, and maybe we can also share our capacity to be part of our contribution to promote sustainable tourism development for global perspective. Fostering sustainable development in the area of the archipelago and islands, and we have a practical collaboration implementing real action to be more smart and innovative, and also the solution for the blue economic one. So I think that is all from my perspective and sharing. So thank you very much for the time. Yes, okay. This is also a quote. I think yes. Now we are Internet of Things. Let's make Internet of Beings. Virtual reality, yes. Shared reality is also important. We have machine learning, collaborative learning is really important one. User experience, but we have more human experience. Okay, we are connecting each other, we can bond, but then again, we still remember we are different. We are more plural. Plural is here. So thank you very much. I'm back to moderator.
Thank you, Pak Frans, for your presentation. We still have Q&A session, so please turn on your camera so we can see your face for answering the question from our participants.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Pak Frans. Okay. Now I'm going to read the questions that we already received. First question is from Praditya Pratiwi from ASP. Thank you, Pak Teguh, for the presentation. In your presentation, you are using the term sustainable tourism. Could you perhaps explain the difference or scope between the concept of sustainable tourism and ecotourism, and if they are interchangeable terms? Okay, and then to add to the previous question, if they have the same indicators according to Tourism Ministerial Decree number 14, 2016.
Yeah. Thank you. This is from Ibu Praditya. Yeah. Well, we are talking in the conceptual framework. Yes, it must be different. Yeah, it must be different in terms of the conceptual framework. The difference is sustainable tourism is more macro perspective, and ecotourism is more micro perspective. That's again the perspective, the standpoint, the point of view of the reference or the conceptual standpoint. So I think this is the ideas. But I think we should open our eyes in the practical level point of view. It should be, let's say, interchange each other between the product of sustainable must be, the product of ecotourism must be sustainable one, okay? But the sustainable tourism is really more broad in terms of how then they are dealing with the issues of the management, issues of the economic perspective, issues of the social and culture, as well as the environmental one. So the ecotourism is also cross issues, but then again, they are more eco-friendly product. So I think that is again that is standpoint to be more, to make it more different. But again, this is our this is the understanding from the conceptual one. But again, I think Ibu Pertiwi and our colleagues, yeah, you may have some ideas in terms of the practical one. So I think it's also important to use different terms to differentiate between ecotourism and sustainable tourism. So that is the first one. So about the ministerial decree. Yes, the ministerial decree number 14, 2016 it's a more focus and accentuation on the sustainable one, not in the ecotourism specifically. So that is the idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Franz, for answering that question. Okay, we still have question coming. The second question is, how can we start building the sustainability of marine and coastal tourism? Who are the most responsible actor in promoting and leading this action? Is it only government?
Yes, could be. Yeah, could be. I mean, this is all depend on the stage of development. So I think I learned from our assessment first. Before doing the development of the destination, we should have to start with the assessment and research. So that is the foundation of our development tools. So again, in the assessment and research, we can come up with the profile of the destination, the stage of the development. So again, I think on that assessment and research, we can mapping out the key stakeholders and the key roles of the management of the destination development. So in a certain case, we still really need the role of the government as a priority, as a pioneer. But then again, in the same time, we should have to include the people, local people. So together with the local people, we should have to have a common platform. So that is the two main key players, key stakeholders in the developing of the destination of the sustainable tourism from the beginning. But then again, if the destination is more mature and more consolidated, so I think the role of the industries, the role of the business is more significant and dominant. But then again, they should have to be engaged each other, because sustainable tourism requires the balancing between economic, social, economic, cultural, and environmental one. So this is a kind of the approach. So we need the more prudent and more research and science-based approach to develop sustainable tourism destination. Thank you.
Okay, next question, Pak. Indonesia is one of the world leading countries in tourism industry. Are there innovative responses of the Indonesian government to respond to the SDGs in this industry? Was it designed by looking at Indonesia's position at the regional context, for example, Southeast Asia tourism development?
Yes, I think yeah, we have a national commitment for the SDGs agenda. So that is our ratification in the national level, and now we come down with a national pipeline, and also led by our special task force for the SDGs agenda. So then for the SDGs agenda implementation, we come with the action plan for in each sectors, including tourism and creative economy sector. So I think in this position, Indonesia is really aggressive and take serious action in implementing SDGs as a part of our common platform, I mean a global platform. But again, I think you perhaps have an ideas how then the implementation in the real one. This again is our homework to measure, to monitor the effectiveness of the program to be more action oriented. So I think this is the things that I would like also to engage your ownership and your responsibility to take part in enlarging and enforcing our national effort to be more tuned in to the SDGs agenda. Yeah, it's not easy, really. I think from our experience in the government, because since we are working with a bureaucratic system, and every single sector, they have their own strategic plan. But then again, we need the catalysator and the orchestration of our agenda to translate into our national platform. So I think we are working on that. But then again, this takes time. We should work hard, and we should include more players, more stakeholders to be part of this. And I think in industry point of view, yes, we force them to be more focused in implementing green investment, green product, and it's not easy to translate, to transform. For example, let's say from carbon footprint or carbon energy, low carbon destination. That is a part of our challenge and also our agenda to be more zero waste and also more green destination. So I think and more green industry as well. So I think this is also a kind of our stakeholders commitment, and I think this is really very tough to be true. And I think we need more effort to implement this kind of commitment in terms of the SDGs agenda. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Frans. Yeah, I understand that we have so many things to do in order to achieve SDGs in tourism industry for specifically. Pak Frans, please don't leave your camera. Please stay on the screen for a photo session. And then we also would like to invite Professor Dr. M. Baikuni MA to rejoin us on the screen to have a photo session together. And of course, may I request all of you, our participants, to turn on the camera so we can have a photo session. So I hope you learned from our two speakers just now for answering the questions and also explaining the concept and framework for tourism industry, especially in achieving SDGs in Indonesia. So is everybody ready in front of your camera? Okay. I guess the committee now can start taking our cameras. I will count down to 1, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are taking our second photo. Please stay on your camera. Okay, I will count down again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the committee said one more time. We have a lot of participants today, so please one more time stay on your screen and look at the camera. So I will count down again. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
All right, thank you very much, everyone, for smiling in front of your camera. So we hope you're enjoying our session for the first half of the program today. So thank you very much again to our speakers, Professor Baikuni and Dr. Franz Teguh, for sharing with us today. And of course, we will now have 1 hour lunch break. So please do not leave the Zoom meeting and please stand by 5 minutes before the next session begins. The next session will begin at 12:50 Western Indonesian time. While you're enjoying your lunch, we will play the Archipelagic and Island States Forum video profile, Archipelagic Island States Progress Report video, and Archipelagic and Island States Blue Hub Journey video. So don't forget to fill in the attendance form by clicking the link that provided in the checkbox. Once again, thank you very much and see you on the next session.
Mandated in the final outcome of the second ministerial meeting of AIS Forum in 2019, the AIS Blue Startup Hub was established to create a perfect environment for startups to expand their network, engage with local stakeholders, and create innovative ideas and solutions. AIS Blue Startup Hub aims to connect startups with relevant stakeholders, incubators, and venture capitalists in AIS participating countries, provide learning platforms for startups, and allow business owners to support one another through collaborative partnerships. The AIS Blue Startup Hub comprises of 3 fundamental activities: AIS Blue Startup Hub website, AIS Blue Startup Hub Innovative Solutions with supporting activities such as 2020 AIS Innovation Challenge, AIS Blue Startup Hub Knowledge Sharing Session, and AIS Blue Startup Hub Mentoring Program. The AIS Blue Startup Hub website is a platform where startups, incubators, accelerators, mentors, and government from the AIS participating countries can use to get connected to each other. Right now, around 35 startups from 9 AIS participating countries have joined the AIS Blue Startup Hub community. In realizing innovative solutions, AIS Blue Startup Hub has held 2 webinars and has engaged startups and venture capitals from various countries. The webinars also have prominent speakers from prominent venture capitals and businesses. In 2020, AIS Innovation Challenge was held to find innovative ideas and breakthroughs that can help societies and businesses to be more resilient and adaptive during crisis situations. The selected winners of the 2020 AIS Innovation Challenge were invited to join the AIS Blue Startup Hub Mentoring Program. The top 2 winners of the challenge are CoinPack from Indonesia and Bula Lance from Fiji. CoinPack offers high-quality reusable packaging solutions designed to replace single-use sachets in a sustainable way. Lightweight packaging consists of refillable PET bottles, meaning they require minimal use of raw materials, have a long lifespan, and are easy to transport and clean. PointPack repacks home and personal care products produced by FMCGs. It's reusable bottles and distributes them to Warung stores and waste bank communities. With each buy, the customer makes a small deposit and receives an incentive when they return the empty bottle.
The 2020 AIS Innovation Challenge is an extraordinary business competition that generates innovative ideas and breakthroughs that help society and business sector to be more resilient and adaptive during these crisis situations. I'm so glad to join the incubation program where my team can deep dive into real challenge in today's market, identify and solve the challenge that we are facing. We also gain knowledge, ideas and other advantages from experienced startup founders, investors, and public sector actors to accelerate our business growth. Thank you.
Bula Lands is a freelancing platform for SMEs to access personal and professional services, showcasing local Fijian talents and expertise, and not forgetting the Bula customer service. Bula Lands provides customers with various services: access to high-quality professionals on an easily accessible online platform on demand, contract and payment management system, conflict resolution center, online and offline payment options, verification freelancers, and personal services. The platform will also have a capacity building section specifically designed for freelancers, so they can gain expertise and become certified in their field, or they can diversify into other areas.
I went on the AIS Blue Hub platform just recently, and I discovered so many resources and so much opportunities that is available to young entrepreneurs like me and startups who are just wanting to grow and scale their businesses, access mentors, access networking opportunities, and also the ability to just learn and grow into the international market.
In September 2020, AIS Blue Startup Hub launched its mentoring program, which is an 8-session mentoring program aimed to find a pilot project that can give a solution for the problem faced in the AIS participating countries. The mentoring program is attended by 18 startups from 6 countries, which are Fiji, Indonesia, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, Philippines, and Madagascar.
In the face of a global pandemic and changing climate, strong partnership not only allows the archipelagic and island states to synergize their resources, but also ensures the exchange of knowledge and good practices among them. The AIS Forum enables that synergy, as outlined in the Menando Joint Declaration and the final outcome of 2019. The AIS Forum, through its secretariat, is designed to facilitate collaboration between governments, the private sector, philanthropists, media, academia, and research institutes, and NGO, or local organizations and individuals. This year, the AIS Forum Secretariat has been focusing its activities in building the foundation that will support and allow the organization to achieve its long-term objectives. The AIS Forum works in 4 thematic areas of cooperation, which highlight the main issues pertaining to archipelagic and island states. The AIS Forum runs various programs related to these themes, which is categorized into research and development, joint research grant. The first proposal from University of the Philippines, Marine Science Institute, Faculty of Fishery and Marine Sciences, and also Gadjah University, with research titled Development of Ocean Monitoring Instrument for Developing Countries. The second research by James Cook University, Singapore, and Sam Ratchalaingam University, Indonesia, who are conducting research on mobile technology as an incentive for sustainable fishing practices. The Blue Economy Development Index, or BEDI. In 2019, BEDI framework was launched in the second ministerial meeting of the AIS Forum. In 2020, calibrating with researchers, the index development process has managed to collect, analyze, and produce BEDI for 10 archipelagic and island states. entrepreneurship. The AIS Forum Secretariat launches the AIS Blue Startup Hub. The AIS Blue Startup Hub, which is a platform for all startups, startup communities, accelerators, capital in AIS participating countries. Innovative financing. The AIS Forum Secretariat, partnering with Government of the Republic of Indonesia, the Innovative Financing Lab of UNDP, and DBS Bank Singapore, are developing Blue Financing Strategic Document. The team is also developing a Blue Bonds and Blue Sukuk framework. Partnership and international collaboration. One of the roles of the AIS Forum Secretariat is to facilitate closer collaboration between archipelagic and island states in the 4 areas of cooperation. It seeks to achieve that objective through several key activities, such as facilitating bilateral or multilateral meeting or discussions between archipelagic and island states or other regional and global initiatives, providing technical aids in form of smart and innovation solutions, and establishing partnerships at a regional and global scale. In this sector, AIS Forum has run several programs, including the Innovator Scholarship. In 2020, the AIS Forum Secretariat has awarded the scholarship to 2 candidates from the Philippines and Madagascar. The AIS Forum Secretariat also establishes close collaboration with the Government of Indonesia, AIS participating countries, and global or regional organizations in developing smart and innovative solutions. Smart and innovative solutions on climate change mitigation and adaptation and disaster management. Smart and innovative solutions on the blue economy. Smart and innovative solutions on marine plastic debris. Smart and innovative solutions on good maritime governance. Throughout 2020, the AIS Forum Secretariat has implemented various events in collaboration with various stakeholders from the AIS participating countries. In 2021, the AIS Forum Secretariat planned to continue its effort in implementing ongoing programs, as well as developing other innovative solutions programs that can benefit all AIS Forum participating countries in solving the issues we are facing through cooperation and partnership. the Archipelagic and Island States Forum.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to training on implementation of Sustainable Tourism Goals, SDGs in tourism industry, with me, Valerina Daniel, as your host. Don't forget to fill in the attendance form by clicking the link that provided in the chat box. Okay, before we start the next session, I would like to call upon Ms. Erda Rindrasi as the moderator of our panel discussion. Ms. Erda Rindrasi, you may turn on the camera and start your session.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Valerina. I hope everybody already conditioned, happy and healthy to be ready for this session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erda Rindrasi. I'm a staff in Tourism Study Program, the Graduate School of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. It is an honor to me to be moderating in this session. This session is titled Creating the Sustainable Marine and Coastal Tourism Industry. Very interesting, yeah? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, coastal and marine space is a home to a constantly growing number of human activities and facilities, the most important of which are those related to coastal and marine tourism. Being one of the largest segments of the maritime economic sectors, as well as the largest component of the tourism industry, coastal and marine tourism often raise controversy regarding on the environmental impacts and compatibilities with other human activities. However, coastal and marine provide abundant opportunities for many industries to benefit from it. In this session, we will discuss about those industries, how people have used marine for economic activities, what was the challenges, and how do they keep it sustainable. Thus, we invite three important speakers in this session. For the first, we have Ibu Wiryanti Sukamdani. The second, we have Ibu Amalia Yunita. And the third, we have Ibu Suryani Mile. It is very honored to have all female speakers here, yeah? Okay, before I introduce and invite presenters, for participants who has any question during the process of presentation, please type your question on the chat box. Don't forget to put your name, region, and company. Okay, for the first, I will introduce you with our first speakers, Ibu Wiryanti Sukamdani. For the first presentation, Ibu Wiryanti Sukamdani will give the presentation about creating sustainable marine tourism industry from the hotel perspective. This is very interesting. So let me introduce her first. Ibu Wiryanti Sukamdani is a chairperson of Tourism Department of Indonesia Democratic Party for struggle from 2019 to 2024. President Director of PT Empu Sahid International from 2018 to present. And she's also a President Commissioner PT Sahid from 2018 to present, President Director PT Sahid International Hotel Management and Consultant from 2018 to present, and Chairperson Yayasan Sahid Jaya from 2018 to present, Chairperson Yayasan Wakaf Sahid Husnul Khatimah from 2018 to present, and founder of the Institute of Hotel and Restaurant Prudential Certification from 2008 to present. Oh, that's quite interesting curriculum fitting. Ibu Wiryanti, how are you? Are you ready?
Thank you very much, Ibu Eri. I'm ready.
Okay, now you have 15 minutes for your time.
Thank you very much.
Time is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear moderator and all the participants. And thank you very much to Archipelagic and Island States Forum who inviting me for this very, very important seminars. And I think why it is important, because Indonesia, as we know, we consist of 75% of ocean or of seas, waters. So I think Indonesia is very important. So allow me in this 15 minutes to share with you about the creating sustainable marine and coastal tourism industry from the hotel perspective. First of all, as we know, Indonesia is a very, very potential and seafaring is huge. However, marine tourism only contributed 4 billion. Can you imagine only 4 billion or 10% of the total GDP in 2019. And compared to Malaysia, in Malaysia, the marine tourism contributed 25 billion US dollars or 40% of the GDP in 2019. So please compare this Malaysia, so we are far behind. And it is irony for the archipelago Indonesia with 13,466 islands and 5.8 million kilometers square of seafarer. So that's why we really have to be serious, in doing this marine tourism concept so that, we will not left behind. So let me start with the marine tourism concept. Here, marine tourism, the nature attraction, biodiversity and nature unique features consists of two: ocean-based, which is natural resources of ocean or seafarer, and land-based, the natural resources inland. So, for example, for the ocean-based, it's like coastal, like Mandalika Beach, for instance, the beach of the famous Komodo. The marine, which is, for instance, Nongsa, Batam in Tanjung Benoa. Underwater is Raja Ampat, Wakatobi, that's for an example. So next, what is the development of marine tourism in Indonesia? The marine tourism itself, it consists of cruising, yachting, fishing, diving, and surfing. And Indonesia, I think, one of the top destinations for this marine tourism. Now, next one, I want to tell you the foreign visitor spending in marine tourism. That's also very important. This is the numbers from 2018 to 2019. Here there is four, which is very important: the cruise, yacht, diving, and surfing. And can you imagine, for the cruise alone, we have 496 calls. For the yachting, that's also very interesting, and we have visitors mostly from Australia and New Zealand. 3,157 ships, the yacht. And the number of visitors, that's also very significant. For the cruise is 212,000, and the yacht is 12,000, and the diving, that's amazing, with 290,000, and the surfing, 605,000. So, and that's only the visitors. And the spending per day is $100 for the cruise, and $139 for the yacht, and $200 for diving. And for the surfing is $150. And what is amazing is the length of stay. For the cruise, maybe just 1 day, and we can also attract more days to stay. And for the yacht is 180 days. Diving is 6 days, and the surfing is 7 days. So you can imagine the total spending is 21 million for the cruise. For the yacht is 315 million. For diving is 348 million. And the surfing, that's amazing, is 636 million. And I think that still can be increased because we have not explored everything yet. Now, the demand necessity for coastal and marine tourism, especially when we talk about coastal and marine tourism, we have to deal with the safety, language, money, of course, the yacht spare parts, weapon regulation, pet on board, market, internet access now is becoming more and more important, medical service, and especially now we are in the middle of the COVID-19, full for boat and ship, clean and fresh water. This medical service now is becoming more important because in the cruise, there's so many victims cause of the COVID-19. So we really have to be aware of that. So now the national priorities tourism destination and super marine tourism destination, the government of Indonesia they already have the 11 destination for the super marine tourism destination, which is Danau Toba, North Sumatra, Borobudur in Central Java, Mandalika in Nusa Tenggara, Labuan Bajo, also Nusa Tenggara, Likupang in the Sulawesi, Belitung, and then Kepulauan Seribu, Jakarta, Tanjung Lesung, that's in Banten, Bromo in Jatim, Wakatobi in Sulawesi, North Sulawesi, and Morotai in the North Maluku. So this consists of surfing, diving, cruising, and yachting. And all these destinations, of course, need accommodation. That's why the Sahid Group or the Sahid Hotels for the next Next slides, please. We have our hotel in Kuta Bali, in Gili Trawangan, West Nusa Tenggara, in Senggigi, Lombok, West Nusa Tenggara, in Maumere. Maumere is the famous, the island of where the Komodo is Nusa Tenggara. Wakatobi is in the Southeast Sulawesi, Bintan in Riau, Morota in North Maluku. So that's our commitment about marine tourism destination. So next one, for example, this is Wakatobi. We have the Patuno Diving and Beach Resort. And as you know, tourists goes to Wakatobi mostly for the diving, for diving or for the snorkeling. And if you know, Wakatobi, when you visit Wakatobi, not just one island, but there are several islands in there. And the next one, I want to show you our resort in Kappa. Kappa is a very, very beautiful destination, which is in Maumere. Maumere is not too far away from the Komodo. For the next one, I want to show you that we also have to be ready, especially with the protocols, with the health protocols. This is already issued by the Minister of Tourism, that all the hotels, especially the resort hotels, they have to be ready with the protocols. So I want to show you for the next slides about what we are preparing to welcome the guests. This is the Kappa Resort in Maumere. This is in actually. Okay, that's just an example how we are prepared to welcome our guests when you are interested to go for the marine tourism. So next, the challenges. Of course, we have also, with all the opportunities, we also have challenges. With this, the unsustainable coastal and marine tourism is jeopardy. An example, in the coastal area, there is a waste problem. In example, plastic bottles and other trash. Worsen climate change, in example, the rise of sea level, number of grown small islands. That's happened many times in Indonesia. Inadequate manpower, in example, number of professionals in marine tourism. Degradation of natural assets, like erosion and natural disasters, and immature behavior of tourists toward sustainability. And in the marine area, in emission from recreational water activities, that's still a problem. Low ease of access and insufficient infrastructure, limited marine, for example, in Nongsa Batam and seaport of Benoa Bali. Regulation of entrance policy to National Park Komodo and Raja Ampat. There's many complaints on there, and the tariff in breathing policy for the yacht. So this is really the challenges that we have to face in the coastal and marine tourism. Now, what is the creative solution blue approach? So I think sustainable marine spatial planning, including zoning made by Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Innovative crowdfunding to finance management, rehabilitation and restoration coastal and marine area. And Marine and Coastal Education Center, in example, for Sahid Bintan Tourism Institute, that we prepare the professional first before we design as a marine and coastal tourism. Sustainable tourism certification for resorts and coastal tourism business. Example, coastline requirements for hotel. And the community empowerment of coastal and marine guardian and protection, for example, technical guidance in coastal and marine tourism, and proactive promotion of marine tourism using the channel like social media, digital media, and etc. So I just give you one example. In the Sahid Bintan Tourism Institute, we welcome students from Singapore to learn about mangrove and the coral reef. So we also have the education sector in there. To exchange lecture for other international institutions, and to conduct seafood culinary art, because any tourism, we always need culinary. So I want to quote you of the day that ocean should become our front of the yard, not back of the yard. And including the fishermen, if they're happy, so I think we also have to have the sustainable sea or ocean. So the last one, this is our resort in Bintan. So we will welcome you if you are interested to come to Bintan Island. So to see not just the marine, but also the culture and the scenery of the Bintan. So I think that's all what I want to share with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Wirianti. It was very interesting presentation and very clear for us about the problem, solution, etc. So let me highlight a little bit of your presentation. Marine tourism in Indonesia is one top destination in the world and include cruise, yacht, diving, surfing, and the demand is really high. They all need accommodation. Sahid Hotel has already 7 accommodations that are related to marine tourism, but also they face this challenge in worsen climate change, inadequate manpower, degradation of natural assets, immature behavior of tourists, emission from water, low ease, etc. However, Sahid Hotel already have some solution like spatial planning, innovative, crowdfunding, education, and training. And I really like your last quote, Ibu, about ocean is our front yard, not our backyard. I think that's really important. Thank you very much, Ibu Wirianti. We can go to the next speaker. We have Ibu Amalia Yunita. So for the second presenter, we will invite Ibu Amalia Yunita to have a presentation, but let me introduce her first. Ms. Amalia is the CEO of Lintas Jeram Nusantara, or Arus Liar, from 1995 to present. She is also a CEO of Bravo Outdoor Supplies and Service from 2011 to present, and CEO of Bramanta Wana Parahita, Bravo Adventure, from 2013 to present. And she is also a lecturer at CECT Trisakti University, Consultant Council of Experts, from 2018 to present. So, good afternoon, Ibu Amalia.
Good afternoon, Bu Eda. Thank you.
How are you, Ibu?
Fine, thanks.
Oh, good, great. Okay, now we have 15 minutes time for you. So please have your time.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, all participants of AIS Ministerial Meeting to 2020. Thank you so much and big appreciate for AIS UNDP for inviting me in this webinar. in this short moment, I like to share the experience of my companies, Arus Liar and Bravo Adventures or Bravo Glamping, two adventure and glamping operator companies. This is the small companies, which also gives support for SDGs. Next. As we know that tourism is a multi-sectoral, so no wonder if 1 of 10 jobs is in tourism industries. And that's why during pandemic, when there are restrictions in 100% destination around the world, there are 100 to 120 million jobs are at risk. And in 2019, there are 1.5 billion international tourists. And we are in the stage of over-tourism. I believe that all of you agree of this condition. And in the worst scenario for 2020, international tourism will decline until 70%. And now we also reached that number. And so maybe this is the way the Mother Nature balance this condition in one side. Next. Next. And now I will share you about adventure tourism, which according to UNWTO is one of the fastest growing subsector in tourism industries. There are 3 positive values for adventure tourism. First is attract high value customer. When you do adventure activities, you need to provide safety, which is not a cheap thing to do. Can you imagine that for 4-day trips to climb Carlton's Pyramid in Papua, you need to pay about 10,000 to 12,000 US dollar per person. So this is not cheap price to climb the mountain only for 4 days. But actually, all of climbers from all over the world really wants to climb the Carltons because this mountains belong to 7 summits. 7 highest mountain in 7 continents in the world. And the second one, adventure is also supporting local economic. One of a study from UNWTO said that 67% of economic from adventure tourists will remain to locals. And I also make some research that 70% of spending from the tourists in our place, 70% belong to local people. And last, the good thing of adventure is also encouraging the sustainable practice. The people who receive contribution from adventure travel will keep the nature and culture as it is now for the future generation, because they could not sell package anymore if there would be degradation of environment. And in Indonesia, we call an adventure in tropical heaven, because actually we have so many destinations for adventure. We have 41 activities to doing adventure in land-based, water-based, and now even in air-based, like paralayang, paramotor, etc. Next. And Arus Liar and Bravo Glamping are 2 companies which have been developing since 25 years ago and still existing until now. These companies operate in a sustainable way and supporting SDGs in some goals. We are also member of UN Global Compact or IGCN. And the company commit to running the business in a sustainable way, and this is embedded in our vision and mission. And since the very beginning, the company also have recruit and develop local people and took the local supplies. Aware that local people and companies live from the river, the companies also educate communities and also customers to protect the river. And there are some programs like Arus Liar Go Green, Bravo Go Green, and even we go to elementary school to educate local children since childhood to protect nature by outbound activities, something like that. Next. We are mapping our initiative according to SDGs with Compass, Atkinson Compass tools. Start with nature, which we support SDGs number 13, climate change, by educating people and customers to wisely use water and energy in efficient way, and also planting the tree. Now there are more than 25,000 trees planted together by our staff, customers, local government grow along the rivers. And SDGs number 14, life below water, with some activities to share awareness to locals and all stakeholders to clean and protect the river. You know, in Indonesia, we have the most polluted river like Citarum, Ciliwung. So we have to change the habit of people to protect the rivers. And also number 15, life on land, by sharing awareness to protect animals like birds and lizards. Because before, the young people like to shoot birds and lizards without any reason. But now they understand that those animals are a tourist attraction too. And in the East and economic dimension, we support SDGs number 8, decent work and economic growth. We give opportunity to local people to become our teams and also develop communities to become our suppliers. This is not easy effort because they all of them have lack of on education. So we must train them hardly. Like you can see in the picture, there are one of home industry to make sandal, and we sell sandal specialized for rafting. We sell to the customer, and now they already export the sandal. This opportunity is already turning snowball effect to local economy. And we also support SDGs number 12, responsible consumption and production. We are operating in a responsible way, especially during the pandemic. We have like Sahid, we also have special standard operating procedure. And now both of our companies already get clean health, safety and environmental sustainability certification from the Minister of Tourism. And we try hard to reduce using single-use plastic in our service. After do rafting, usually we give them plastic for the wet clothes, but now that's not anymore. And other effort to reduce our waste. And for SDGs number 17, this is part of SALT, Partnership for the Goals. We are collaborate with Indonesia Rafting Federation or FAJI to produce anti-COVID protocols and to use by all rafting operator in Indonesia. And now the protocol is used for clean health, safety, and environmental sustainability guidelines by Minister of Tourism Bureau. And in every disaster, we collaborate with Global Rescue Network to help rescuing people, especially in flood disaster. Like in the beginning of this year, we were rescuing people in the flood and landslide in Jakarta, Bogor, and Banten. And the last is for WES, or well-being. We support SDGs number 3, good health and well-being. We develop people in the area to become rafting athlete. So with this condition, they learn to have good practice, eat healthy food, and etc. to support their goals. Now, one of our team has become world rafting champs and inspire many people there to do so. So next. So, when before the river was only place for children to play, now the children want to become rafting guide or world rafting champs athlete. Rafting industry changed the local well-being in the positive direction, even though there are still some negative impact that we have to manage. Next. I think that's all from me. I hope this sharing session works for all of you. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Amalia. Again, it was nice and interesting presentation. And it makes me want to go there and try to do this activity. Well, Malia, maybe next time we can meet and have enjoy the time there. Okay, let me give short highlight of your presentation. Ibu Amalia mentioned that adventure tourism is one of the fastest growing sector of tourism by UNWTO 2013. But adventure tourism need to provide safety, which is not cheap. However, 70% of tourist spending go to the local community. So it makes it more sustainable. And the adventure tourism is also part of the implementation of SDGs number 13, 14, 15, 3, 8, 12, and 17. You have to check by yourself this number. Okay, but this is very interesting. Thank you, Ibu Amalia. We will go to the third presenter. After this, we will have question and answer, so please be ready, still be ready there. We will invite Ibu Suryani Mile, our third presenter. Ibu Suryani Mile is the chairman of the Indonesian Recreational Ship Association, or JANKAR. Designated person ashore as PT Walasea Jalisveva Lestari, consultant marine tourism in Indonesia, recreational vessel consultant at the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and she is also the ESM Code internal auditor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have list representer, and now the time for our last presenter. Ibu Suryani Mile, are you ready?
Yes, Miss Erda.
Yeah, Ibu Suryani, time is yours for 15 minutes, okay?
Well, okay. Thank you very much for this time. It was an honor for me. I got invited to this room. I would like to say thank you. And I would also like to say good day, good afternoon for all of us, all the attendee in this moment, in this Zoom meeting today. And I would like to say thank you also special for Archipelagic Island and States Forum. Yeah, I'm a chairwoman of Indonesian Liveaboard Association called JANKAR. JANKAR is Jaringan Kapal Rekreasi. Yeah, it's an association of the boat ownership. So if we see before that Ibu Wirianti talking a lot about the ship, about the yachts, about the cruise line, and many other sea transport tourism. So then we are the community, one of those types. Well, our concern, actually, I was invited here. I think that we would like to talk about the sustainability development, especially for the tourism sustainability. So this is here. We would like to see how actually this oceanic blue as one of the concepts of the sustainable development. I think we agree all that I read your term here, your term of reference. You are talking about the blue economic as a part of, or as one concept of sustainable development. So when we talk about the sustainable development, of course, we are also one of the community that is always concerned of all of this issue. Let's see the first page, maybe, yeah? So I'm, my background, actually, I have a low background, but I'm practicing and doing tourism since 1990, something like 1990. So it's around 30 years. I was in tourism world, in tourism practice. Let's go on. Next. Yes. Before I go to this page, I would like also to inform that this association or this facial, what we call kapal rekreasi, which is mostly it has a type of pinisi. It's a kapal pinisi. This is the new trend of tourism sea transportation. Yeah. So this is just starting to be known something like 20 years. We ourselves have this boat. We starting operate in 2000. So it's been 20 years. Well, we will start. As you see that Indonesian region is under influence by equatorial and monsoonal circulation regime, and we are in the very strategic position as we are in the crossing position between two continents and two ocean. So this is became a center, the central. That's why we are also one of the coral triangle central. Yeah, and if we see also Indonesian have 17,000 over of islands, which are scattered from east to west part of Indonesia. And with the constellation of coastline 104, where we make us as second largest or second longest longer coastline, and we are the biggest archipelagic states in the world. So this is make us or put us in the very good position when we talk about the maritime, about the marine. Let's go on. Let's move to the next page. Where and how we work. So how we work. This boat normally sail in the area of Indonesian water, from the east to the west. If we see there are some zone of development of the tourism, of national tourism development here. So many of our boats is sailing around this waters area. So it's a lot. I don't know, maybe it's changing already from a Ministry of Tourism zona, which before we have 222 development zone of tourism. Maybe we can clarify it after with the data. And yeah, let me tell you also in this presentation, I'm not going to tell many about the number, but I would like to tell more how we practice in the field, in the ground level, because we see here there is Pak Bakuni and Baikuni and some professor and doctor here. They all and Erda Rendrasi, yeah. You are from university, academici. I believe that talking about the number uncomparable, you must have it all, yeah, mostly. But in here, I am as a practitioner, I would like to speak more about what's happening in the ground level toward to the sustainability in marine tourism. Go ahead, up. Next page, please. Jangkar members, our members. Jangkar members is Jangkar is an association that is established in 2014. In that moment, we are just a few. We still can count, yeah. As I told you that this community of kapal rekreasi we call, this is a new community or new trend of tourism activity. So by the time we operate independently, but I realized that we need to have the umbrella. So I initiate and invite, asking some friend, hey, how is it if we all go to one house, to one umbrella? So it's easy for us to go to somewhere, for example, to ask the government some facility, some guidelines. So it's easy when we talk as institutionally. in that time in 2014, we still can count maybe the liveaboard itself or kapal rekreasi. On number, we only can say something like 20, something 25, yeah. So it's not so many, but it's increasing very rapid, yeah. Very the rising of the number itself is very rapid, very fast. Maybe people realize by seeing this boat and the animal, the wishing of the people to go to do the travel or to do the recreational with this kind of boat is interesting. So people realize, you know, actually before that most of this boat is owned by the company and mostly by the PMA, by the foreign investment company, because actually not philosophy, but why this kind of boat is became now tourism facility, tourism transport facility. First, because when we see the type or the model of the boat, maybe please host, can you show there is the picture of some boat, please? Can you? Yes. If you see, this is the type and the model of the boat is mostly finishing, but some of it is also some steel boat, yeah, without sail. But most of them like this model. So back here, this kind of boat is actually the boat amongst the small islands, which has a function to bring the cattle, to bring the animal, and to bring the cargo, to bring the clothes, to bring the nutmeg, to bring coconut. This is in the back years, yeah. But nowadays, it shifted the function of this boat, of this finishing. Now it's shifted, became how we say, this is became tourism facility with a quiet, how I can say, this is sometimes is not afforded by the base class, yeah, because of the price and everything. To go to this boat, you maybe need to spend 3,000 or up to 4,000 US dollar that you can gain for 7 days, for example. So you can see the trend, the dynamism, yeah. From before, it's only cattle, maybe some chicken, goat. People bring it, this kind of boat, and it's changing now. This is the dynamism of the tourism. Let's go back to the previous window. Mbak Endar, still how many minutes?
Actually, we have 5 minutes for you, Ibu, but please use your time. If you need more, 1 or 2 minutes extra, it's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, recreational boat and its contribution to the SDGs, to the Sustainable Development Goals. So if we see what we are doing, recreational boat has the potential to contribute directly or indirectly to all of the goals. In particular, if we see from the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, that we can fit to the goals number 8, decent work and economic growth, and to the goals 12, responsible consumption and production, and for point 14, below of the water. But also some other we still link on, for example, like gender equity. For example, I'm as a woman, I became the chairman of this board. Yeah, so this is how we will see how our boat, how our vessel, or how our activity can adapt to the mission of the SDG. This is this is actually what our dream. This is our dream, that how we can do the collaboration, a partnership amongst the institution, among us and the government, among us with the NGO, among us with the community itself. This is a dream for us. Next. Our contribution to the economic growth. Here, every we support 4,000 for the crew, for example. In this presentation, I assume that the number of the boat is 300. It's not so many actually to compare than the area of Indonesian water itself. In here, if we assume 300 boats, so we can recruit 4,500 crews and more than that one crew can cover 180,000 of the family members. And the revenue for local government, you can see, and then also the income for conservation, because this, if we see the revenue for local government in the area where we go, of course, we have to pay some of the retribution or some of the entrance fee. So this is one of the things that we participate to the local government level. And here, income for the conservation. For example, if we go to the area of conservation or zona conservation, for example, in Labuan Bajo or in Raja Ampat or in Manado, so they sometimes have the program to buy the pin, and this is the part that our contribution that we can obtain. Next. Circular economy. So this boat, we always sailing to many area, many ports, many destinations. So in each of the destination, we buy our local food, our fresh food, and our dry food, we call, from the area itself, where the boat park, where the boat stop, where the boat sail. We not bring our food from far away, from Singapore, for example, or from offshore. No, we buy locally all. And same also for the fuel. We buy always in the same port where we are sailing. Next. This is some number. Even before I said that I didn't want to speak about number, but however, I have here contribution for the tax, contribution to the employee, contribution. Yeah, this is all tax. Next. In total, we contribute to 103 something like the US dollar. Next. Our target market. So this, as I told you before, that to make this boat going, to make this boat sail, we need to prepare some provision and some preparation. So this kind of activity is quite high cost, yeah. That's why mostly the one who afford is international tourists. Our tourist market, target market is many places like American, European, and Asian. From European, it's from Switzerland, France, from German. So many European. And now Asian is starting. This is, I would like to share to you. Before, mostly those one who goes with this boat is mostly only the foreigner. No, I mean only the American and European mostly. From Asia itself, I can count. We can count until the last 6 or 5 years. It's been changing a lot. Many Asian travelers, many Asian visitors start to come and start to like this pinisi or this or going with the boat, yeah. Include Indonesia. That's the situation now. So as I told you from before, that in the early decade, in the early moment when we starting this trend of business, mostly the boat is owned by the foreign share company, but lately many Indonesian people they investing also to this kind of core business. So you see that we just realized that this is quite a good business. But of course, for this 2020, I think we are all in the same boat. Am I still have the time?
Ibu Suryani, how many slides you have?
Left? I don't know how many more. Let's see in the down.
Yes,
let's
maybe 1 or 2 minutes, Ibu. Yeah, 1 or 2 minutes, please. Yes, please.
Go to the last one. Yeah, maybe this is important also. This our challenge is sometimes not easy. Yeah, as we have the wooden boat, you know that's not all insurance, and it's not easy that to be insured. Yeah. And I myself, why I put here, because we have a sad also experience. One of our boat was on fire before, yeah, as this is from wooden boat. So we have many risks also. Even it's a nice, beautiful to see, but as it's made from wood, that it's many also consequences that we have to take in care. So, and also some of the problem like problem in the harbor, yeah, clearance in and out, that and yeah, many things here we can read. Lack of fuel, not in everywhere it's easy for us to get the fuel, and not all area we can easily get the gas come easily fly from Jakarta or from Bali. So, and here, problem on the sea, local governments and zone policy, facility, trust everywhere. I think this is a global problem, yeah, trust in everywhere. Many trust now, especially also from our sewage. Yeah, this is why I would like to mention here, because this is, I think, our concern. In the field, for example, some X oil, some X oil, we collect them, but when we go to the port, sometimes there is no facility to receive that. So this is also one of the things that we have to be together, think of it. We need to collaborate how we solve this problem. Also for the plastic, regardless of this plastic, also one of the big problem. We in the boat, we try to keep our dry garbage and everything. But again, if we go to the port, not everywhere that ready to receive them. So this is our together homework, that maybe for the next forum or for the next meeting, we have to be together. How we solve this problem, yeah. As our Indonesian is a paradise, we should keep how the beautiful as it is. Okay, I think I ran out of time. Thank you again very much for let me be here to introduce our liveaboat or kapal rekreasi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Suryani. Very nice presentation. Similar to all three presenters, everyone have very interesting and unique experience and doing really good business. I will highlight a bit of your presentation. You mentioned that location of Indonesia is very strategic in terms of maritime and coastline. That is why the recreational ship become popular. Jangkar, or the Indonesian Recreational Ship Association members, think need to have umbrella of institution in 1992, and after that, the number is getting rapidly increased. And because of your association, there is a contribution to SDGs number 8, 12, and 14, and more, of course. The contribution of Jangkar can be seen in the economic growth, like income for the crew and its family, the revenue for local government, and income for the conservation. The market of recreational ships is from American, European, and now getting more and more Asians to interesting in it. However, Jangkar has challenges due to the wooden boat, problems in the harbor, and problem in the sea. Okay, I think we have listed all the 3 presenters here, and now is the time for question and answer. Let me see here, Ibu Wirianti, Ibu Amalia, and Ibu Suryani. We have several questions here, so I will read one by one for you, and you may also answer. You may also respond the question that not for you if you think you need to have a question. So for the first, hi, my name is Sri Madani and I'm a college student from Indonesia. Marine and coastal tourism as one of the largest segments of the maritime economic sector, as well as the largest component of the tourism industry, often leads to controversy, the environmental impact and compatibility with other human activities. So I want to ask about how to create sustainable marine and coastal tourism industry, and also pay attention to the impact of marine and coastal itself. Thank you. But Ibu Sri Madani doesn't focus or address this question for whom, so I think 3 of you can answer this. The second question from Arif Sulfiantono, Dinas Pariwisata DIY, Yogyakarta. How to make sustainable tourism? Because many tourism spots only make selfie spot for mass tourism, like ecotourism in retention basin or embung. And but when dry season and the water is retention basin. With science, I think it could be solved. So the retention basin always has water, although on dry season. Yeah, from Arif Sulfiantono, Dinas Pariwisata, Provinsi DIY. The last question from Ahmad Ha, Indonesia. How is Sahid Group, I think this is for all also. How is Sahid Group Arus Liar Adventure recreational boat managed to thrive in this current situation? Is Sahid Group or Arus Liar Adventure and recreational boat shift from international market to national market? If it is, how to manage the shifting to national market? So I think these 3 questions can be answered one by one. I will give the time for Ibu Marianti first, and then Ibu Amalia, then Ibu Suryani. Ibu Marianti, please, your time to answer the question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Moderator. First, from the Ibu Sri Mardani. So this is very interesting question, and the question is actually how most of this damage is caused by the human activities. So from my experience, and the question is how to increase the sustainable in marine and coastal tourism industry. So as I mentioned earlier, this marine and coastal industries, I think in the future, it will become the biggest industry in Indonesia. So I think you make the right choice, Ibu Sri Mardani, to be a college student from the Indonesia Marine and Coastal Tourism. And I believe, Indonesia will be the most important marine tourism in the future. Now, the key is how to make the tourism, the marine tourism sustain. I just give you one example. We have a hotel in Uzbekistan, the Sahid Hotels called the Sahid Sarafson in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, they have no ocean, no sea, and no waters, And why we open a hotel there? And now I think before the pandemic, the Garuda, the Uzbekistan Air fly from Jakarta to Tashkent. Why, they want to open this direct flight to Jakarta, just one reason, because they want to experience and they want to they target to go for marine tourism. for the marine tourism, you know, and this is only one example is Pakistan, but we have also another countries, you know, that really they want to go to Indonesia just for one reason, is for the marine tourism. So the key is, I think, is number one is education. Education means that they must understand, this is, we talk about sustainable marine. They must understand that, you know, from my presentation, I said that, you know, we really should make sea or the ocean as our front yard, not a backyard. That means we have to love, we have to like, and we have to make sustainable our coastal area. That's very important. And please understand, people come for the coastal, for the marine. If they're not clean and they're dirty, not interesting, and you throw plastics and, you know, people don't want to come. You know, just one more example, our hotel in Kuta, for instance. So for all the hotels facing the sea, facing the coast, we must clean the sea. And that's a must, you know, everybody must clean the sea. So to make sure that, you know, the beaches, the coast, so we can enjoy for the tourism. So that's number one is, I think, is the education. Education, not only in the tourism, but education also about the sea, education about environment, education about everything I see. So I think the future, I believe the future of the tourism is the marine tourism in the future. That's what I believe. So Arif Sulfiantono, you know, this is also part of education. During the dry season, the water is dried and things like that. And I think everything has something to do with the sustainable. You know, if Singapore students, they come to Bintan just to learn about mangrove. What is mangrove for? Actually, to protect the coast, to protect the sea, you know. So this is, I believe, everything is do with the science. So I think, you know, because in Gadjah, you know, like the southern of Gadjah, that's very, very interesting spot there. And especially you have the Indonesia Ocean. So that one is marine tourism can also be a very, very important destination. And Pak Ahmad Hidayatullah, yes, of course, that's one of the our you know, our apa cita-cita ya. We have to also the national market, and we start first now with the national tourism first, tourist. Yeah, number one is how that, especially the young generation, now they like anything to do with marine, anything to do with the seashore, with the coast and things like that. So number one is the tourist first. And then number two, we talk about the facilities. Facilities means, of course, the accommodation, the culinary, the infrastructure, you know, like I always, you know, I propose, this is maybe something to do with Ibu Suryani. When the government, you know, I was the parliament member, so I proposed the government, when you build the harbor, the what do you call this? The harbor, not for the you have the fish harbor. You also have to build the tourism harbor, because these two different things. You know, two different thing for harbor for the tourists and harbor for the fish. You know, so for example, Gili Trawangan, they don't have harbor for the tourists, so the tourists must use the fish or the harbor for everything, for cargo, for fishing, for everything, and yet the tourist there is quite significant. So this is just one example. So I think I also, the secondly one is education. Number two is the zoning. Zoning is very important. You know, when we are very serious to make the marine tourism successful, you know, we have to have the infrastructure. The infrastructure means, you know, you must have the harbor, you must have the transport, you must have the facilities, the infrastructure for landing the cruise ship or the yacht and things like that. So this also needs a special attention. And I believe, when we start from now, that we make the coastal or the sea or the ocean to become our front yard. So start love the sea, stop love the water. So I think the future is there, especially the marine and the coastal tourism. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu. Ibu Amalia, you still remember the question, right? So please answer. Thank you. Ibu, could you please turn on your audio? I think you forgot to.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Now we hear you.
Thank you for the question from Ibu Sri and Pak Arif. This is about sustainable tourism. Yeah. I think in every context of sustainability, we are talking in 5P, not only environment, but we are talking about first about people. Yeah, how we give opportunity to people to grow up, to get the money from the industries and without any discrimination. And the second P is planet. So we are talking about environment. Like in our place, we still have challenge. Like the water condition now is become lower and lower from year to year. So we try to answer this challenge by planting the tree, and we help the local government to reduce the illegal logging, some action like that. And then the third P is prosperity, how we distribute the economic to all, so there's no like a gap in economic. And the fourth is partnership. It needs also for sustainability, how we collaborate, like Ibu from Jangkar said about how we should collaborate, especially in this pandemic condition. Yeah, we have to really collaborate. And the last P is peace. At the end, without peace, we cannot be sustained. So this is 5P, maybe answer your question. And the second from Pak Ahmad, Pak Ahmad. Of course, we also have a big challenge. Yeah, our company closed for about 3 months during the early pandemic, and at that time, we try to build the food security for all local people there by planting singkong, something like that. And then after that, now we can open again, but we have to manage in different way, of course, by new standard, new protocol, and we have to build trust from customer again. And then they are shifting customer. Actually, at our companies, the market is from 80% is from locals, so it's not. We have a big loss because the locals still want to go, especially for the outdoor. This time is a big opportunity also because people want to go to outdoor because they're thinking that when they're going outdoor, like camping, glamping, this is become viral now. Also, people already stressed because PSBB lockdown, so they really want to going out, and they really want to go to outdoor, to the forest, to the the place for relaxing. And also one word is staycation. So now staycation is also have a big demand too, because the people who cannot who can work from home, and they can study from everywhere as long as we have Wi-Fi. So they go there to camping with families, and they study and work from our place also. So I think behind the pandemic, we have become the worst situation. There are still opportunity to get the market. But the very big challenge now is how to teach people and also customer to doing the protocol, a new way of things. Like for a simple thing like using masker, is it really hard to explain to, especially for customer, to using masker, because they said, why should I wear this mask? Because this is in green area. So we have to tell the staff time to time to remind them to do more discipline, not only for our staff, but also for our customer. I think that's my answer. I hope it's answered the question from and Pak. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bu Amalia. Can I ask you, just want to make sure, you said 5P. Was that prosperity, people, planet, peace, and one more?
Partners, people, planet, prosperity.
Partnership.
Yeah, partnership and peace. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to Ibu Suryani to hear her answer for this question. Ibu Suryani, please.
Okay, let me start to respond or to answer the question number 3 from Pak Ahmad Hidayatullah, yeah. Because this is, I think it's not easy, but it's better to start from this. How is recreational boat managed to thrive in this current condition? Boats ship from international market to national market. Maybe this is what Pak Ahmad mean in this current condition. Maybe in this COVID condition?
Yes, I think so, this current condition. Because many of the providers try to attract more domestic tourism, yes, rather than international.
This is actually to shift it from international market to domestic market, because also the government boosting, the government trying to push how to recover the economic by promote for domestic first, because our border still closed, and also some offshore borders still not allowed the citizen to go out from the country. So for us, it's really very good things. Yeah, this is what we expect if there are some domestic local would like to join our boat. But again, I tell you that sometime with the operational cost, with the way of with the strategic of how we operate this boat, it's not so easy also for us, because doesn't matter you go far or not, you still always need to consume fuel, for example, which is quite high, which is expensive. So we need not so many people can afford to go to our boat, except maybe we can shorter our length of sailing from maybe from 7 up to 10 days to be 2 or 3 days. But however way, 2 or 3 days, it will be same. You still need to prepare all the the crew itself and the food and everything. But however, we try to survive so far. From 8 months, there is no income at all, and now it's starting slowly. I hope sooner. Not so many people making a negative viral, but the accurate information. I mean, we don't need to lie, but what we need is the accurate, rather than to viraling all the not true information. This is one thing also that we really concerned. We hope that the government starting slowly to open the border. That's for the number 3rd question. We would be very happy to start shifting the segment market from international to domestic. And then the first question about the controversy over environment impact. In here, maybe we can talk about awareness. This is we really demand, we really need the awareness of each of the gas. For example, in our boat, when there is the gas, we always brief. We always do the briefing to the gas that in some, before they, before we start the sail, before we start the trip, we brief them that how is the, how we should do our responsibility to interact between the gas and the gas and environment, and the gas and the spacious, yeah. So this is what we have to do, the campaign and awareness, and we have to train, not train, because if we always do this, then people will make familiar with that. So for example, us in the boat, we have the code of ethic, code of conduct between boat and boat, between diver and the environment, between diver and the crew. So we also have the two collaboration program. We do the best practice with WWF. So this is became our guidelines, and yeah, and also regarding to this awareness, maybe government also need to intervene, maybe with the regulation and controlling. Regulation and controlling is need to be back up also. Apart than awareness, of course, this is depend on each of us, the operator and the gas itself, the crew. But of course, there's also need a control from the regulator itself. That's what I can say here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Marianti. Yes,
Mbak Moderator,
yeah.
Pak Moderator, sorry, I would like to feedback to Ibu Wirianti. I am very happy to have you also here, being a parliament member. Yes, being a parliament member, that you are the regulator, that maybe we can talk more deep about this issue for this marine tourism and other issue regarding to the tourism in the other place. Yeah.
My pleasure.
Okay, yeah, we are also open the possibility for each speakers to discuss each other here, because this is a really good opportunity to share many experience and also comment and input, right? Okay, I think we still have one or two more questions here that we received, and we still have some time to answer these. From E. Prasadika, the Deputy Director, Ministry of Tourism in Sri Lanka. His or her question is, what are the actions taken to reduce plastic consumption in tourism sector, complying with SDG 12, maybe SDGs, that is responsible consumption and production? Thank you. This is a short question, but very important about the plastic consumption. Maybe Ibu Marianti can answer how the Sahid respond to the reducing plastic consumption, and how the adventure tourism, Ibu Amalia, using less plastic or something like that, and Ibu Suryani, how to do that. Short question, short answer, please. Ibu Marianti. Ibu Wirianti, please. Do you have any answer for the question about plastic consumption?
You need to unmute. You need to unmute.
Ibu, I think you unmute your speaker, please. You make it.
Okay. You know, we already start now in the hotel and food and beverage operation that we use natural. You know, we can use like the banana leaves, or especially in the food industry, that we use now less and less or reusable, recycle material. And we also start now, let's say in the rooms, yeah, we don't use plastic anymore for most hotel. Now they are already aware of it, and for the laundry, for the anything else, for the stationaries or for anything in the room, we try to make as natural as possible. Like we are using woods, we are using leaves, we are using whatever. Like for instance, for the lamp, for the lamp, the lamp cap. So we are using, we are in Indonesia, use of the animal's skin, like for the cow skin, things like that. So we try not to use plastic anymore, and especially in the food and beverage. So I think this also should follow by other industries, because what I'm really very sad, in front of our hotel in Bali, for instance, sometimes we still have see a lot of plastic bottles, plastic from food and things like that. And we as a hotel owner, we use we clean every morning and afternoon, but still it's not good enough, because there are more waste. There are more tourists who are throwing their plastics, So this is really needs a very strong regulation from the government, not the central government, but also from the local government. So to make or to less and less plastic. So I think it should be more education on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Wirianti. Yeah, I think this is important for regulation, either from the government, also from the business sector, because they are the one who consume a lot, and also from the community, right? Ibu Wirianti, I heard that you have to leave now. Thank you very much for your kindly presentation. It was very interesting, and we do hope that you have a successful business in the future. And also, please keep in touch with us, and see you again in the next opportunity.
Very much. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you,
the
Ibu.
best in the seminars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Wirianti. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have some time to have a discussion, because Ibu Wirianti have to leave now. We still have Ibu Amalia and Ibu Suryani. Okay, Ibu Amalia, would you please also respond to the question about reducing plastic consumption? Please, Ibu Amalia.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Prasadika, for the question. Our program, our initiative to support SDGs number 12, no using plastic bag. Every time when we go for rafting, after rafting, we give the customers plastic bag for using for the wet clothes, but now we cannot do that anymore. So we changed. So now we sell the one like a shopping bag to them. Yeah, maybe this is not good for service. Some customer complain, but they become understand more and more. And also like Ibu Yanti, we changed the bottle plastic in the in the glamping. It's like in the hotel room. So inside there's like coffee maker, there are bottle for mineral water, something like that. So we changed that to jug. And actually there's more efficient for us. So in one side for the companies with this system, it make us more efficient in operational costs. And in other side, of course, is useful for our planet. And actually, the responsible production and consumption, not only for this initiative, but we are also responsible for our service, like for safety procedure, how we provide the trip with guide with good certification, with good skill, and safety procedure, safety equipment. So the rescue team, this is the safety procedure that we've done is make us concerned about responsible of production. Yeah, something like that. I hope that answer your question to Mr. Prasadika. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Amalia. Ibu Suryani, could you please respond this question about reducing plastic consumption?
It's an honor to get the question from Mr. Prasadika, Deputy Director, ya, Ministry of Tourism Sri Lanka. Hello, Pak Prasadika. Thank you very much for your question, and we are happy to have you here. Yeah, we are trying also to reduce the plastic consumption. For example, most of our boat now, we are using the machine to desalinate the water from the seawater to be the fresh water. So this is avoiding us to buy bottled aqua, for example. We're trying to slowly not consume plastic as best as we can. For the moment, we're trying with this, and as the other person panelists also, we are trying to avoid all the plastic wrapping and everything. If we can have the natural resources, yeah. But for sure, almost all the boat now having this machine, this desalinating water, yeah. Okay, that's my short answer.
Oh, okay, Ibu Suryani, thank you very much. I hope Bapak Prasadika satisfied with the answer from our three presenters here. So please send our regards to the Ministry of Tourism, Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, Sri Lanka Convention Bureau, and Sri Lanka Institution of Tourism and Hotel Management there. Okay, I think because we already answered all 4 questions, I'm going to wrap up the session of this, but please don't leave, because we are going to have a photo session after I wrap up the result of our discussion. So let me highlight some of the points. The first, the future of tourism is coastal or marine tourism. So therefore, we have to make sure that sustainable happen in coastal and marine tourism by manage the waste and environment, provide the better facilities and infrastructure, doing zoning and giving the education. Ocean is our front yard, not our backyard. And 5P from Ibu Amalia is very interesting, that prosperity, people, planet, peace, and partnership have to be highlighted and have to be elaborated more to be implemented in this context of coastal and marine tourism. For some business, closing the international market have not created problems because most of the consumer and tourists are domestic tourists. But for the recreational boat, it is hard to attract domestic tourists because it's still very expensive for local markets. But they are trying to shorten the package stay and have several strategies to commit with that. Awareness about sustainability is important, either from the business providers, also from the community and the guests. And the last but not least, regulating and controlling are 2 important steps to make coastal and marine tourism more sustainable, including reducing using of the plastic. I hope I already wrap up all the discussion, all the points that we have discussed in this session. Before we close this session, I'm going to give maybe short closing remarks from Ibu Amalia or Ibu Suryani, if you have something to say as a closing remarks. 1 minute, do you have it? Ibu Amalia, Ibu Suryani?
Yes. Yeah. As we know, we live from the nature. So if we protect the nature, and then the nature will guard us also. That's all.
Great. Yeah, I agree with you. Ibu Suryani, maybe a short message that we can bring home from this discussion.
For me, the collaboration is very important to achieve this sustainable development goal, and the awareness. Maybe this moment of Zoom, this is one of the things that we need to always do, so we always can have and update the information and can exchange all the situation, the current situation. That's from me.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I hope also the COVID-19 will be ended shortly. Then we can come back to the new normal, that better from the normal and better from the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a photo session. Could you please turn on your camera so that we can get the pictures of all of you? Please hold a second. Hold a second. Give us a best smell of you. Okay. Mbak Livita, let me know when you are finished with the photo. Hold a second. Great. I think everybody are already in the screen and everybody have a very beautiful smile because we will be ended our session today. Okay, I'm happy to be here as a moderator for this session. Thank you very much for your kindly participation. Thank you very much, Ibu Wirianti, that already left us. Ibu Amalia, Ibu Suryani, we hope that we can see you again in the future. And I will give the time back for Miss Valerina Daniel for continue the next session. Goodbye and have a nice day.
Have a nice day too.
Thank you, Miss Erda.
Could you turn on your mic before?
I'm sorry, Ibu Valerina Daniel, I think you need to turn on your speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Erda Ridrasi, and all the speakers for sharing your point of view for our third session of the day. So at the moment, we will be having a breakout session about implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs in tourism industry based on your experiences. So we will divide it into 3 different groups. Each group has 1 facilitator. Group 1 will be facilitated by Ms. Surani. Group 2 will be facilitated by Mr. Erlis. Group 3 will be facilitated by Mr. Rizky. So you may enter the breakout room now that has been determined according to the group. Hello, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the main room. I would like to invite our facilitators, Ms. Surani, Mr. Ellis, and Mr. Rizky to share the result of the group discussion. So for the first opportunity, I will give to Ms. Surani.
Okay. Okay, Valerina?
Yes,
you hear
you
me?
can start.
Okay, thank you. From the breakout session in the first group, it was so great, yeah. Sharing sessions from Sri Lanka and also Philippines and Indonesia. The point out we want to highlight here how to encouraging collective stakeholder awareness and commitment as a part of 17 SDGs in coastal and marine tourism. By involving all participation from whole stakeholders and also in whole level of age, yeah, including the youngster, school level, and also end up by the kind of informal agreement, yeah, such as policy agreement and monitoring. So it can make it sustainable to monitor. That's all from the first session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rani. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ellis to share his group discussion results.
Thank you, Valerina. First of all, we'd like to discuss many things. We would like to discuss what kind of practices and policies have been done in such kind of area regarding ecotourism and sustainable tourism, and then what are the impacts of that kind of activities and who are the leading and also the initiators of that kind of activities. But we ended up with the issue of certifications and also the community empowerment. What we found from the discussion is the certification for the tourism industry is like a must for many people and also many stakeholders. We learned from Sri Lanka that the hotel certification has been started there and then has been going well for a while, but the crisis has limited the certification. COVID-19 has reduced the time for certification. How they cope with the problem, they are doing kind of online training for the certification to keep the certification idea going on. And also from Indonesia, the certification for the tourism industry related to shipping, Finisi or something like a small boat tourism is very challenging because there is no specification of the certification for domestic and international type of ships, but it is going on progress now. It is going well, and then many flexibilities are still looked forward by the government. And the local community empowerment then become a must for local community, especially to set the area to be sustainable and also to involve the economic of the people on the ground. It is raised by our friend from Indonesia who work in Mentawai, Donggala, Central Java, and so on. We found that community empowerment is a must, but there is still lacking of information and opportunity for some local people. Thank you, Valerina.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ellis. And now it's Mr. Rizky's time to share his group discussion result.
Thank you very much for the time. We have done the interesting and informative discussion. In the discussion, we have identified the main problem that faced by coastal and marine tourism and also providing some of strategies to solve the problem. Several problems that we have talked is about wrong coastal management and wrong coastal and marine management that have been implemented in many locations in Indonesia. The mass tourism cause negative effect to the environment, especially in coastal and marine. The illegal mining of volcanic sand both in river and coastal area have caused a negative impact to the coastal and marine tourism destination. The volcanic hazardous is also a main problem in tourism attraction. People in Indonesia is also limited in capacity to speak in international language. So it's a problem to the tourists. The next is inaccessibility to disabled peoples to join the tourism attraction in Indonesia, and environmental destruction has happened because of exploitation in development of tourism attraction. And the mass tourism in special, the mass tourism and the special tourism must be divided in the strike because the mass tourism in marine and coastal area will push problem like waste and trash, or maybe unskilled person like someone that don't have diving license to go there. And the strategies in solving the problem are we have to start the managing sustainable tourism approach, start from our village, especially in tourism village, before move to manage the biggest tourism destinations. And we have to follow 4 pillars in sustainable tourism approach, as well as the best practices from another region or countries. That's all from me. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you to all facilitators for sharing your group discussion results. So from your presentation just now, I can underline maybe 3 important things. The first one is everybody agrees that the implementation of sustainable tourism to achieve SDGs, especially in marine and coastal tourism industry, is very important to be started doing now. And then the second one, there's a need for a more thorough monitoring and evaluation program. For example, the creation of better regulation in Indonesia. There's a ministerial decree about sustainable tourism development that kind of regulation should also be produced in other countries as the guidance. So then the monitoring and evaluation program can be conducted. And then some of you also mentioned about the certification. I guess that's part of the standardization and the implementation of that better regulation as well in the future. So the next one, probably about community empowerment. That's also a good point here because I think we need to start from the smallest part of the society. For example, you suggested that we can start from the tourism village to build more awareness, and also at the end we can involve bigger companies as well to be involved in this implementation of sustainable tourism in a way to achieve SDGs in Indonesia and many other countries in the Archipelagic and Island State Forum. So thank you very much once again to all facilitators. However, ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the end of this program, I am very pleased to once again invite Professor Dr. M. Baikuni, MA, on the screen to deliver the closing remarks. Professor Baikuni, the time is yours. Professor Baikuni, you can start delivering the closing remarks now.
Yeah.
I think we have seen some technological or technical difficulties at this moment because I can see that Professor Baikuni's screen is freezed. However, we are still trying to reach Professor Baikuni. In the meantime, I would like to inform everyone to please silent or mute your speaker to make this event more clear. Okay. Yeah, we are still trying. Okay, while we're waiting for Professor Baikuni to close the event or delivering his closing remarks, once again, I would like to thank you for your participation. And of course, hopefully this session will be beneficial and insightful for all of us. Okay, I guess Professor Baikuni has already connected. Professor, you may deliver your closing remarks now.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for unstable signal, but hopefully it can be reach my voice to you, all of you. Thank you very much once again for all delegates from archipelagic and island countries forum, and for the speakers and as well as the moderator, facilitator, and all the team support for this training session. Today's training session is very short, but hopefully it can be useful for next coming years. Next year, we hope we can share our experience with the deep experience and deep analysis on how we can create sustainable tourism as well to achieve sustainable development goals. We need more and more action to cope with the, for example, climate change. Our issue should be tackled together in cooperative and concrete way to solve together in realistic situation. I think once again, thank you for all the participation and contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Baikuni, for delivering your closing remarks. Distinguished guests, may I thank you once again very much for your participations in this program. I hope you enjoyed the program. A kindly reminder also to fill in the attendance form by clicking the link that provided in the chat box. And of course, before we conclude this program, we will present archipelagic and island state video profile. Please enjoy.
The Archipelagic and Island States Forum is a platform designed to facilitate 47 archipelagic and island nations to collaborate and cooperate in addressing common challenges in 4 thematic areas: climate change mitigation and adaptation, blue economy, marine plastic debris, and good maritime governance. In 2017, the idea to establish the multinational cooperation framework among the archipelagic and island states was first iterated during the UN Ocean Conference in New York. In November 2018, Indonesia hosted the first ministerial meeting with 27 archipelagic and island states. The Archipelagic and Island States Forum was established by Manado Joint Declaration. In the following year, the second ministerial meeting adopted the final outcome with 25 AIS participating countries. To achieve our vision, we focus on 4 objectives which we translate into our programs. Create an open, innovative, and engaging forum. Provide a space to share and implement innovative and tangible programs. Promote collaborative efforts among stakeholders. And create opportunity through the blue economy. Ideation. implementation, and evaluation are the core elements to our solution framework in addressing the problems. In 2020, AIS Forum launched programs to drive innovation, which are AIS Joint Research, a collaborative applied research program affiliated with academic institutions in AIS countries with various topics related to the 4 areas of collaboration. The Innovator Scholarship Program, a fully funded exchange program for talented individuals from AIS participating countries who can demonstrate exceptional leadership quality and creative mind, and AIS Innovation Challenge, to find innovative ideas and breakthroughs that can help societies and businesses to be more resilient and adaptive during crisis situations. AIS Forum also launched AIS Blue Startup Hub, a platform to connect marine-focused startup in 47 archipelagic and island states across the globe. AIS Blue Startup Hub Mentoring Program was launched with 18 participating startups from 6 countries. As an effort to realize the smart, innovative solutions, AIS Forum also engaged with public audiences through online events in a form of trainings, workshops, talk shows, and discussions with various topics and stakeholders across AIS participating countries. In light of COVID-19 pandemic, it is important for archipelagic and island states to have a resilient economy. Therefore, AIS Forum Secretariat introduces programs which focuses on blue economy. As a form of its commitment, AIS Forum developed Blue Economy Development Index, or BEDI. This index will be used as a tracking tool to determine the current use of coastal and marine resources, and it can be used as a tool to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Blue Financing Framework, or BFF, which provides a guidance for governments, financial institutions, philanthropists, and donors to align their investments with the blue economy principles and allow them to select a project to be financed in the blue economy sectors. Smart and innovative solution programs, such as sharing knowledge sessions with experts and representatives from AIS participating countries. Plankton, which was a competition to raise awareness in reducing marine plastic debris. Impact pitching, which connects startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, potential investors, and growth enablers to gain partnership. And Ending Plastic Pollution Innovation Challenge, which was a collaboration with Marine Plastic Debris Project from UNDP Indonesia to address marine plastic pollution in Southeast Asia. Many solutions to challenges that affect AIS participating countries in 4 main thematic areas and SDG 14 goals are produced through collaboration programs. These programs will explore opportunities through innovation and experiment that benefits on a local, regional, and international scale through sharing knowledge and experiences between AIS participating countries. The
Okay, thank you, Bu Val, Valerina Daniel, Bu Erda Rindrase, Bu Surani, Bu Suryani. See you next.
Terima kasih Profesor Baikuni dan juga semua tim dari UGM dan AIS untuk acara ini.
Oke, saya ketemu. See you later ya. I leave.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih semuanya. AIS, UGM, Mbak Valerina.
Baik. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the conclusion of our event. So for now, we would like to let everyone leave the meeting room. I hope we can see you on the next event.
Terima kasih semuanya. AIS, UGM, Mbak Valerina, semua organisator circle. Sampai ketemu lagi di next event.